Okay, it's a lot. I mean, if you can fit all that into a Twitter post, and you should be able to because a premium account has the ability to be able to post longer, more text. Okay, if you have that, then I would say to you, yeah, that's great. Is it the most attractive thing I've ever heard? No, because it's kind of boring to me, to be honest with you. You're like saying like we don't want to take like you're telling people what you don't want to do. I think it's in your best interest to tell people what you do want to do. So instead of saying we don't want to detract from your community, you say we will make your community stronger. We will make your project. Yeah, sure. Very good. But if you utilize that type of strategy, I think that definitely can work. And do you think possibly registering like your interaction boost Nigerian one would have a way to make it just to improve gather a bunch of potential followers? I guess it's possibly worth taking this. Okay, so yeah, I think it's definitely worth the risk. I'm telling you, right now you have nothing to lose. You have an account that has zero followers, basically. So if I were you, if I could afford it, and I don't know what your budget is, I would buy 10,000 followers, and I would buy the. I can send you the here. Let me send you the website. I don't want. I can't afford the $10,000 thing, but I like the $10 subscription instead of paying for like the shittier tier. I'm gonna upgrade that tier to get. Yeah, so if you could do, well, I mean, you don't have to do 10,000 followers. They sell less. I just want you to have an idea of what the pricing is. So for your own benefit. And you don't have to buy any of it. But I think the idea of like I got title of Instagram account. It's like just don't post it. How many but yeah, you can pay for like who's even watching me? Maybe. Okay, I understand. Okay, that's all right. Then so then what was your thing about the Nigerian thing? Yeah, we should just look at what the price is. Um, I'll look it up in a second because I just know that these Nigerian guys aren't all paying $10 USD. They wouldn't be because they're begging you for like $1. It's funny to me. They'll beg me for $1, and I'll be like, "Dog, you have a Twitter premium account. That's like $10 a month right there." And they're like, "Yeah, but it's the Nigerian one. It's not as expensive." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, well, that makes sense." Uh, yeah, I do. Well, it's a hard loophole to kind of utilize if you have only one device. But if you have multiple devices, look, let's be honest. The people who are using Twitter, they have a lot of money. $10 versus $20, $40. It's not a huge deal. Um, okay, so if we go, how much is Twitter premium plus and USD from Nigerian. Okay. The cost of X Premium Plus Nigerian App Store is approximately $40 per month. So that's the best one.
Which is normally how much? 200.
Let me just look at the regular premium. Um, let's see here. Maybe they are paying the same price. For the premium plan, the monthly cost of the app is 14,900 Nigerian, which converts to roughly $11. That's what you're paying right now, right?
Yeah, not for they can't be saying it says 30 cents. Yeah.
Well, I said 30 seconds, but I was just kind of making a joke. I didn't know the premium. Okay, here we go.
It can be more expensive.
Hold on. No,
I don't know what the tiers are called.
Hold on. So, oh, okay, hold on. It's the basic winner that we want. Hold on. So premium is even higher than that. So basic premium and premium plus. Uh, so Nigeria, uh, what? Twitter.
Top of the tree, but my view. Thought they fucked us up. Those cars are good. I've got the chainsaw stuck in the tree.
There is, honestly, there's a way to pay less for Twitter Premium if you use an Android device versus an iOS. Oh, okay. So the basic plan is not available via the app in Nigeria. The app pricing is higher than web pricing due to platform fees. So if you pay for your Twitter subscription on a computer, it's cheaper than if you use the app store like this, right? Because you don't have to worry about the platform fees.
Okay, but I have a burner.
No, you wouldn't connect it to the Nigerian. It's just so you're paying how much a month on that's
It's like $10, like the most basic plan.
how much is X on a desktop basis?
And it might fuck up the street. All the cars, these guys.
Doug, I'm in this subreddit. I'm in home subreddits, but it's called Felling Gone Wild. It's absolutely hilarious. They have people who mess that stuff up all the time. Okay, so
Yeah, I watched one of a guy or they were talking down the street. There was this giant tree smashes into the
okay, so
totally.
if, if you're doing if you're doing it from Nigeria on a computer, it's $3 for the basic plan.
Was the one up for that one?
Um,
15 or something.
they say the premium plus one, which is actually two up, is $11.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you do it with a computer, it's a lot cheaper than it is with the app store.
Okay, but I don't know where to get my computer. Twitter.
You VP, you. Okay, so this month you're done. But basically, then what you do is you just VPN, log into your log in, like, log into a Nigerian VPN, log into your account. You probably have to do some kind of two-factor authentication. It's going to do that for you. But once you log in, then you buy the premium. The premium basic is $3, and then you just buy that. And I would buy the year-long subscription so that you don't have to do this every month. Like 30 to $36, and then you're good. However, whenever anybody looks at your account, it may say that you are either based in Nigeria or, at least for some time, it's going to say that. It's not a big deal, but if you have a cryptocurrency project, it's going to raise some red flags. So it's a really smart thing to do. I mean, why pay like $120 a year for Twitter Basic when you can pay $36?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone like if I refer to Twitter space, they can probably tell it.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be pretty cool, people. And it doesn't really matter. All that matters is that you're able to get your project out there and talk about it. You're able to go into a space and talk about your project. People will get interested. Like, my account has 3,300 people following me right now, and every single day I know that I could log into X and my account could be wiped out. And it must
Street fog explode.
got it.
There's something. Yeah, but before it even hit the ground, it's like evaporated.
Oh,
Okay, sorry about that.
you okay? I just
No, sorry. I was like a few weeks ago at the store, and I've never seen a tree fall my entire life. I was looking at the forest from the field, and within 15 seconds, I saw 3 big trees in this forest snap up twigs.
were you
I've never seen.
were you in the windstorm with yellow?
Yeah, we're on the field, and I was doing the volleyball, it was just like going all over the place.
Okay, so basically, I know whenever I've lost so many X accounts that I know at any given time I can log into one of my X accounts and it says you're banned. And guess what? I wouldn't really care because I know because it really doesn't bother me if I lost my account. I would be happy, but all I would have to do is go into any of the spaces and they all know who I am, and they're all going to everybody in those spaces is going to remember who I am, and that's all I care about. Basically, I've already done the damage. They know my voice, they know my project, and they'll follow me with my new account. Does that make sense?
Is there any good durable platform like networks like that? Hundreds of people buy.
It's a great question. Yeah, X stole the idea from um, Clubhouse. So Clubhouse was the original one that we could do that.
Okay. Oh yeah, I feel like I saw that being advertised 2 years ago. Like this is the platform Clubhouse.
Yeah,
It was weird. Like these like voice chats look like it's still around.
it is. It was really big during the pandemic. Then X launched their version of it, which killed a lot of the Clubhouse uh, benefits because no longer can do that. You asked, are there
They
any?
still do such an awful job of like spaces like available. Like I literally
saw you were on Space's dashboard, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the only place where you can really search for spaces. And that's like this keyword place. Like you can do like some random key search in the search, and then it should bring up spaces. But not right now.
Right. I know. I want to tell Elon Musk, just buy Space's dashboard and put that in your website. Like that's all you need to do. And that would
There's also like I don't know how many spaces are there. I guess we look at
well, it depends. It depends what language. Because if you're only talking English, it's usually anywhere between 400 and 1200. But if you're talking Japanese, it's like 6,000.
damn. There needs to be here supposed to be a language that will just like translate for the Japanese or any spaces into the language like live so that you can actually join. I'm not sure participate those and listen to it. I think you can probably feed the audio to translate. So, not live, I guess. Maybe not the best idea.
No. It's a very good idea. I think somebody has something like that. So right now, Twitter Spaces do live transcriptions, and you can turn those on, which is beneficial. And I don't know if you know how to do that, but it's just in the settings. Turn on transcription, and it will transcribe for you. And I think somebody's been able to take those transcriptions and be able to translate them for you live. However, there is some delay, and it's not always accurate, but it's pretty good. The Twitter transcription is honestly pretty good. So I've seen somebody make semi-live transcription differently. But it's not perfect yet. And yeah, I'm sure if you get that, it would be very beneficial. But the second that you get that, like either Twitter could integrate that and put you out of business, or somebody else
Twitter doesn't care about spaces. It made that clear.
Well, I think you said what you're right about that. I'm surprised. Okay, this is what's amazing to me. Like right now, I'm in a video space, and I do video space. But you can only do video spaces on an iOS device, and you can only see people in the video on an iOS device. How stupid is that? Android is like 50% of their user base, and they haven't fixed this in 2 years. It's incredible to me that, like, for 2 years, they've allowed their user base to basically suffer and only allowed some of the features for like a few of their um, users and not all of their users. Like another thing, you don't have this. Yeah, I mean, I used to complain about this, but at least he's integrated Grok, and that's been like a huge impact. But it's not
I mean, Instagram has AI.
right.
I'm sure even if AI, maybe not as crazy as this vision for us.
I'm in agreement with you. And he's got the Graphipedia, which I think we need as much competition as possible. So I'm okay with that. But in terms of fixing the app, there's so many things wrong. This one time is really big. I want to say really big. He had like 40,000 followers. That's so big. He had really big spaces. This guy and I connected, and we put together a list of all of the differences between AI, or pardon me, between the iOS app and the Android app, and what improvements we wanted. Like literally, this guy hosted a space that said, "How can we improve X spaces?" And then he took that and sent it to Twitter support. Tested everybody. What he did do as well, I believe, something like this. He sent it to one of the engineers at X, and the engineers said they appreciated it, and they will take it into something like At least it's been like almost 2 years to get it. So it's a little murky what happened, but
it's strange because like or whatever you want is in the best interest of the users. Adding features and services that add value to them, but they just haven't.
no, I
They just don't maybe see the same vision, or maybe they aren't aware of the business network doesn't have any people working in it.
when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he said that so he bought it for $22 billion, and he said that it wasn't worth. He bought it for $44 billion, and he said it wasn't worth $22 billion because of all the bots that were on there. And then I believe he tried to like sue Jack Dorsey at some point. Basically said like he got screwed out of $22 billion or whatever because of all the bots that were there. Like he didn't know it didn't have a lot of bots, but basically the people at Twitter said maybe between 5 and 10% of all the users were bots, and in reality, it turned out to be like 50%. Anyway, Elon Musk then so he knew that there were a lot of bots, and he knew he was like overpaying for this. And now that he has Twitter, in a lot of ways, he's lost market share because we had Blue Sky that started up, and Truth Social, and Mastodon, and Threads. Like those are all competition for Elon Musk. And if you look at the improvements that he's made to the app in the last, he's owned it now for more than 2 years. He bought it in like November 1st, 2023, something like that. Uh, the only big changes that he made were video calls, uh, audio calls, encrypted messages, and Grok. And you could do iOS calls, uh, iOS Twitter Spaces on video, but like you can't do that on Android. There are all these things that you can't do on Android, and to me, it's not a mere that. I'm telling you, I've been an app developer and an app quality assurance person. Before we launched an app, we would take the iOS version and the Android version and go side by side and make sure they were exactly the same. And if you didn't have the same experience, we would change it so that they mirrored each other. But many apps do not do this. They have large teams, and they don't have somebody who knows them both well enough to just sit them down next to each other and use them, which is kind of incredible. But they just don't, and it's a lot of apps that do that. And I know as an app developer, it would annoy me that like, hey, I want the same or as close to the same um, user experience on both platforms as possible. That would only make sense to me, and we just mirror the apps. But I think with AI especially, you wouldn't have to do this manually like we had to do it manually, making sure you press a button and the same screen show up and everything. But I think AI could do this nowadays. But the way that Elon Musk has his, I know he has his, like, this is a really funny story. So in 2024, well, like before the 2024 election, if you recall, Donald Trump had to win the Republican uh, nomination because he was no longer president, and just like Biden was supposed to run a Democratic. But anyway, but somebody was going to run against Donald Trump, and it was Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. And Ron DeSantis was going to kick off his campaign on X Spaces. And his X Space crashed 3 times. And it was this incredible eye in the face that from which he could never recover because the platform sucks. You would think that like you're going to use these really like you would be like, hey, we need to if we're going to have like politicians making like major announcements on our platform, let's make sure it doesn't suck. But obviously, they don't see it that way. You were saying, are there any other platforms that allow you to talk to like thousands of people with like one account or like with just without having much interaction with people? Or I should say not interaction with other people, but like
You literally could just create an account, and if they let you up and speak in a Twitter space, you could speak to 10,000 people. Are there any other platforms that can do that? Not really. Like most all the other platforms have some kind of safeguard so that you can't do that actively. Like on Instagram, if you're doing Instagram Live, now you have to have 1,000 followers. Just like TikTok, you used to not have to have 1,000 followers. On Instagram, you used to be able to just start up live with no followers. I did that on a bunch of different accounts for years, and but now you have to have 1,000 followers. And I do have 1,000 followers on some of my accounts, but I don't want to risk those because of spam or whatever. And so you can't do it on Instagram. You can't do it on X. There are some smaller apps like YouTube. You can't do that. You at least have to have your account to go live. It's got to be live for 24 hours. And if you want to get like anybody to view your shit, you have to have thousands of people watching you. On Snapchat doesn't have a really great way for like a ton of people to be able to watch you. They do have like a creator program, but you have to be like manually accepted to that, and nobody's looking.
And it's strange that Snapchat doesn't belong to you. So,
They have like a live call. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't know why you would use Snapchat. I really don't. It's like so you send somebody a picture. The reason why I think Snapchat is successful is because they have their requirement to use the app. I think you have to be 13 or something. Many of the other apps, and they like actively pursue children. Like other apps generally don't. I think that
it's fun. Yeah, we have a good little doodle feature that brings students that picture.
it
It was
is
fun. It was fun. Day to
well, yeah. Well, what they had that I feel was really big were those. They had the what do you call it? Like where you put your face into a dog. The what do you call those things? The, you can make your face into a dog ears, and like you can make yourself into a cow, put a cowboy hat on yourself. What do you call those things? Those layers. What do you call those things? Can you hear me?
yourself into a cow.
Yeah, like like they have those filters.
A filter.
Yeah, filters. That was a big thing, and but nobody cares about that. I mean, every app, a lot of apps about you to do that. And Snap has just not gotten with the times. However, don't count Snap out. Snap bought a company. I think we talked about this, but maybe not. That is in the neural, like brain computer interface business, and they have a cap that they can put on your head to be able to read your brain waves. Snap bought that company. So don't count it out. It's a really secretive company. I know I talked about it before. They own like all of Venice, California secretly. They like bought a huge amounts of real estate, and I think it was started by the CIA. It was an InQtel project. If you ever look at InQtel, they're the people who like started GPS, and they started like all these think tanks. It's like basically the CIA says we need something, so let's start a company. It'll be started by InQtel, and then we'll spin it off into a private company, and then eventually take that company public. And Snapchat was one of those, and arguably the reason why Snapchat was started like that is to get facial identification on people. And people were very apprehensive in like the early 2000s and early 2010s to put their face on camera. But then once Snapchat said that the pictures would go away, it started with people who were younger who felt like that information wasn't being stored when it really was. And then eventually it spread to Instagram and all that other shit. Anyway, but to answer your question, that's what makes Twitter Spaces so great. If you could literally, like, they could ban my account, God forbid, they ban my account. All I have to do is create another account that looks just like it. Everybody knows who I am, and they're going to let me back up, and they'll let me speak again.
And I already have the cachet, or I already have the reputation. They already know what I'm going to say, and then they're going to come and refollow me. And so I don't want to say I'm unkillable, but basically, like, it's really hard to stop that. As opposed to YouTube, which is like, if they ban your YouTube account and you're a big YouTuber, anybody who recognizes you, they're going to report your account and then you're going to get in trouble. They're going to take down your account. But X is a little different. That, like, the Twitter, the X Spaces are small enough. Dude, they have such. I can't believe what they let people talk about on X Spaces. You'll go to some of these X Spaces and it'll be like white power meeting, and then I have 400 people in it. And I'll go in there and listen to it, and they'll be like, wow, they're really pissed off at people. And sometimes, I know I've told you this before, some people, I will go into these white power meetings, they'll be like, you got a rabbi who's coming in here. What is this rabbi? What do you want? And I say to them, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I want you to know, while I may not agree with everything that you say, I am proud to live in a country that allows you to say, thank you for allowing me to contribute. I'll get all these white power people who follow me, and they're like, you're the best Jew we've ever met. Like, I'm like, oh, thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. But, normally, like on any other platform, they won't let you have, like, white power, white nationalist stuff. There was one that would just do. It was called like, all they did for 24 hours a day was play Hitler speeches, and these Hitler speeches were translated into English, and you would hear like what Hitler was saying in English, and then sometimes they'd have discussions about it. And I would go into those spaces and be like, again, while I may not agree with what you're saying, I proudly live in a country that you can be able to say what you want. And I get all these people in these Hitler spaces who would follow me, and they were just, it was just kind of an interesting thing that I would go into like the belly of the beast and just be like, say my thing, and they take their followers or. Oh, that was on other accounts. I haven't done that with. Have I done it with this one? I don't think I've done it with this account, but because this account I've only been using since November. The reason why I'm using it, believe it or not, I went into one of these big follow for follow spaces, and there's one guy with 40,000 followers following me, and he was like my second follower. And I was like, wow, that's a big account to follow me, 40,000 followers. And then I went into this guy, I know this Australian guy, who's like this like renegade guy who has these wild spaces, but he has big spaces. And I went in there and I remember him very well. I didn't know if he would remember me, and he absolutely did. And he followed, and he has like 70,000 followers or something like that. So I was like, wow, my first of my first 5 or 10 followers, like I've got some pretty big people on here, and people remember me from like years ago. And so I thought, okay, maybe I start getting back into these spaces. And that was it was like November 1st that I started doing that. And then I got 2,000 followers in my first month. Now I'm at 3,300. And the most I've ever gotten on X, I had an account with more than 10,000 when I bought those followers. But organically, I had one with like 3,500 followers. So I'm basically as close to my old account as I've ever been. And it took me like 6 or 8 months to get 3,500 followers like 2 or 3 years ago. So I'm doing a lot better. The issue arises though that basically become like everybody knows about me. Everybody knows about me, which is great, but it's like they're already following. Like I basically it's trying to get blood from a turnip or water from a rock at certain points. But I still, if I get into one of these big spaces, I'll get 25 people following me. So there are new people who come up. And with your project, going back to it, it's a great idea. It's a winning idea. It's a winning name. It's a winning strategy. You just got to get your social media together. Once your social media is together, and you've got your logo together and your description and everything, then you can start to build a community. Do you see? You could probably start your community right now if you want. I would recommend it right now, but the way that you do it is you in Twitter on the left side where the menu comes up, you'll see communities. You click there. Then the top right of that page
there's like a plus sign. When you press that, you'll be able to create your own community. And another thing you can do with your account is join communities. Are you a member of any community? I doubt it, right?
Yeah, I really have
So you could join the Harry Potter Obama Silent community, and then you can also join like they have follow communities so that you get more people following you, and they have show communities. You get into those, and then whenever any of them start a space, everybody gets a notification in it, and that basically then you're amongst like-minded people. But you can experiment with that as much as you want. So your plan is
you
to
ever consider eventually changing people to their last name to just so I know everyone goes, everyone makes instead of open mic.
it says open mic.
Open discussion.
It says open mic. Yeah, it says open mic. So I've used it.
If you don't think a lot of followers, it's just creating space.
It's dead. Nobody's ever gonna find it on Twitter because nobody ever goes to it. I've even botted it with my own accounts and had 25 of my own accounts like active in the space, and it still didn't get shown on the Twitter iOS page. And certainly that was
the people for us waiting. I was with spaces with the same profile.
do that. What's that? That was a
It just
hang on.
it just became like a caption.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I get that. Remember at first you were like, I like doing it. And I told you, yeah, you like it at first, but it'll get really fucking annoying to you after a while. But remember, you were getting like a lot of people who were talking about it, like organic. Like, what is this? Right. And I exactly. Now I did try that. I mean, like, I've used that strategy. The absolute best strategy is, I hate to say it, organic. Go in with a good pitch, be excited, be energetic, have confidence in what you're saying, and take any questions you want, and you get 20, 30 people following you if it's a big space. And especially with the name of your coin, it's funny. People will just like it because it's different.
Yeah, I look at it. I guess then I'd have to see approach to that. It's like I don't know. They were like MTs though, like in the profile picture usually. Like, there's just a player teams. They're all setting
Okay, I'm going to tell you. What I feel your logo should be. You can shoot it down. One.
I would think it just
But we didn't talk about the goat. We didn't talk about the arrangement of the goat. Is it just like a goat's head, like that, like Baphomet symbol, or it's sideways? So sideways, and is it just standing, or is it like running at somebody? Yeah, I'm fine with that. I like the simpler the better, and it's just like a
should I steal an extra go? Like iOS app.
It's not a bad idea. I would just use the silhouette of that emoji.
Like just the head.
Exactly.
But I mean, there's no association. Oh, that's the go.
Okay, you could. Hey, I'm not against using the button. That's fine too. Go ahead and use it. The thing is, you've got to recognize that the goat emoji shows differently on people, so it won't be universal.
Yeah, but it is like
let me look at.
I get sued.
No, you won't get sued. Those are publicly known. The people like the ASC, like association, whatever. Um, let me look at it. So I would use the goat if it's looking to the left. I would use the goat looking to the right, like moving forward. Does that make sense?
It's probably, I don't know if I like that.
I would just use the outline of it. You
I
know,
feel like the outline isn't like clear that it's like it would just make like some weird I can show you teaching correct how that like nice
and this is the best fucking thing ever. What is it called? White Boy 7th Street.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just send you this. I mean, this is maybe like a bit.
I better not.
I swear like this is like
This better be the best goat I've ever seen. And in this one,
yeah.
you think this is
I mean something like that.
that sucks. I thought you said it was going to be sideways.
And, yeah, no, we can switch it.
Now, I'm going to just ask ChatGPT to make one. Just to give you an idea of that. And I'm sure you recognize it. Okay, I'm not stupid. I know what it looks like. But you want it to be simple. So just one minute. Can you please make me a logo with a goat silhouette in the middle, and the goat has the same outline as the goat emoji, except the goat is looking to the right, and make the goat silhouette the color white, and make the color around the goat red. Or it'll take a few seconds. Have you been using ChatGPT?
Metal, around wood, metal.
Dude, this is fucking perfect. It's absolutely fucking perfect. This shit is so good. It's like even better than I thought. Alright, look at the edges on it. It gets people, it catches people's attention. You can make it green, you can make it whatever you want.
Why the silhouette
Silhouettes are just like the simplicity of it. It scales really well. So if it's really small, you can tell what it is. If it's really big, you can tell what it is. It doesn't have a lot of detail in it. It's clean. Exactly. And people like that shit. And then I'm gonna hold on. Uh, this is great. Please put a circle around the circle here that says the greatest cryptocurrency of all time in white text on the top part of the circle, and the bottom part of the circle, please put linktree.com / the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. That's it. You know what? I've been having to do the profile picture, but it's been amazing. I've had it. I might have to have it for 2 or 3 times to get it absolutely perfect. It's been really good. It's so good. Almost
Everything's sort of too is made up of like stuff else.
why do I think so?
Yeah.
Um, it is. This is. Now, I wouldn't say that make this yet. There might be some small changes I make to it, but it's pronounced. Make it this quickly. Look at it.
It's not really the greatest, but it's not like, okay, there you go. Yeah, it's actually very dope. The stars. Super make the thing too. Like going an American flag.
And everybody loves it.
Yeah, that's true.
But that bad boy,
Yeah, it says off. It's like a damn. It looks like a badge. Boy Scouts.
that like it's good. Um,
Yeah, it's intelligence sucks. It's got the top right. It's like you can do the top of the that's like the standard type of business. I just heard you. No, they're $10. Million times better text.
Yeah. All right. I mean, that's still bad. I mean, it's funny. The thing I really like about it is really fucking cocky. I love that. It's like, who was calling their fucking greatest of all time? Right. Best. I don't know. I must know it. The text at the bottom is still gonna have. Uh, you may not like it. I have to have it clear again. Get the text at the bottom. It's like, this would take so much longer. I'll send this one to you. Yeah. I just want you to see it with the black. It makes it easier. Yeah. It makes it easier. Okay. bottom to be changed. Correct, right? And you like it?
Yeah.
Well, wait. You got to get that link through that. So, kind of doesn't really matter.
I'm sure no one's taking it.
Yeah, but I think it's too long for pictures. I was just giving you an example. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how you can. I'm just,
Reading my own.
well, yeah, once you go,
Not like my own version. Like you have our
it's just a bunch of websites and links. It's like,
yeah. And I can call it the time.
you could call it the greatest link tree in the history. The greatest link tree of all time.
I can probably do that.
Well, I'm not going to change. I'm not going to change the bottom until you have your link tree like official, and
No problem.
then all you do is just take the version that I sent you that you like, copy that, and then just change the bottom. That makes sense.
Yeah. I already said it says
Yeah, all you have to do is change the bottom. Does that make sense?
yeah.
And
Such a funny old marketing tactic with how it works. Don't know where.
now let's talk this out. Red is a negative color in cryptocurrency, but it catches the eye so well that I would recommend.
But
Red candles.
suppose, yeah.
Don't worry about it. You might be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not very psychologically strong tolerance because
Hold on, just hold it. I wouldn't worry about it. Everybody, I wouldn't get
just
just.
I feel like green yellow this
Oh, hold on a second. That's actually not that, but to do that TikTok look, you might hate it. I'm sure you'll hate
yellow and red.
it. No, that TikTok look where it's like that history magenta on teal.
And it's like blue dress optical.
It's like it, this actually might be it. Hold on a second.
Color that your eye can't see.
Right. Right.
Where
Hold on. It might. That actually might be the best thing here. See if we get everybody's attention. It's ugly though, but it's kind of perfect.
just as long as the your eyes makes you
one time, the owner of the startup that I helped to create, I took my phones and I took all of the different apps that I had, and I said to him, "Which one catches your eye?" He said, "That one." And this was before TikTok was a thing. And I said to him, "Why that one?" And he said, "Because the colors are messing." I'm like, "Yeah, exactly. That's why they use that." And he just picked it up right away. That one, like that. And nobody.
What actual colors are talking about?
It's magenta and teal. Okay, I found it, and uh, you're gonna hate it.
I don't say that. If it hurts my eyes, it's good.
Okay, I just found it.
It actually exactly what you're talking about.
We could make it different, but it's pretty close.
That. That's better than the red one.
Okay, then we have the red one.
This one is probably it's like the 3D effect. Right?
That's what I just said. That was in the description.
Um, yeah, very TikTok.
Please make it more the 3D effect so that it catches the eye and then distorts the eye, and make the pink more pink, like the TikTok pink, and the teal more teal or cyan, like the TikTok cyan.
Can I like both behind the circle was white? Currently seeing that, that's not hard to Photoshop, and everything's white around the circle, or you're just seeing the black circle.
Please make the 3D look more 3D, and the overlap be more overlap, and the pink be more the TikTok pink, and the teal be more the TikTok cyan, and the 3D distortion of the eye more prominent. But this is really good.
Yeah,
No, wait, we're gonna. Okay,
interesting color palette.
yeah, I don't know if I would go with it. It's like this, but I don't like it that it's like as maybe adjustment. I don't like the colors that much. I like the goat. The goat fucks with my eye. Oh, what the fuck? God, why did you put eyes on the goat? The eyes for the goat. Make the 3D more prominent and move the eyes for the goat. Oh, because I said make it fucking.
like that's just like the logo that's like the car. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's ugly as fuck. It's like light pink that fuck. Alright, I sent it to you. I don't know what's the same as the other one, but yes.
Oh, it's virtually the same.
Um, you can also change the background. I think I would like that more, but I'm not gonna do it.
Until you get the link tree for it, then you can start making some. But you know, it does catch your eye.
I don't think they were in like
I do too. I like it. I think I like it. It's just so simple. It's simpler. And yeah. But you could do
piss you off immediately, but
exactly. You're very funny. But you could do a focus group. Basically, you show it to 10 different people, and you say which one catches your, or which one do you prefer. I bet you. I bet you more people say the red one. However, that may not matter to you if we can get it down to like one that really fucks with your eyes. And if you get that, then it's going to be interesting. Because like, here's the thing: when you are in these X spaces, you only have so many different ways to be able to promote yourself, and I use every advantage that you get. I use a heart before my name, so that automatically you're looking at me, and it's like a love, which is a positive message I'm sending, and it's red, so it gets your fucking attention. And then I also have my thing, it's bright red, and it's yellow, which is like hunger-inducing and like passion. And um, I like to use different like strategies. There's another strategy that I use that so you know how some of the profile pictures are squares and those are like more expensive.
yeah, with my Nigerian account, that's
So go to on X, go to Karaoke King 0000.
just tell me what it says.
Well, it's a picture I want you to see. So you could do what I did on this account, which is it makes it look like a square and it gets people's attention.
We're gonna be like a mini square.
It's slightly smaller. Go to X, just look at it. Go to X and just look at it. You don't know what a square is. You need to go to X. You're in a field with your dog. You have your phone. Just go to X, type in Karaoke King 0000. Look at it and say, wow, that's really fucking innovative. You are so smart. You want to go to X? You know what X is? Karaoke.
I see it. Guys, please.
Yeah. And that gets people's attention because it's like, wait a second, is this person paying extra for this? And you're just a different shape than everybody else. So you can do that as well. And that's free, obviously. You can tell I've used like every like free marketing technique like that's available. Like it's almost like you know like NASCAR drivers or like F1 drivers how they like barely adjust anything on their car and like makes their car go just a little bit faster than everybody else. That's basically what I do. I tweak all exactly. I tweak all this shit. I make sure my driver's just taking a shit before going into the car. I like make sure he drinks no water. Like we are running as light as possible just so we beat everybody else. But that's what you got to do. I mean, the people who don't do that are the people who show that they don't really care, and the people who do use this shit to their advantage. And I think it's really good. One thing I would tell you I would not recommend to you is to host spaces. It's just unless you're going to pay money, and I know you don't have a marketing budget right now at all, and you just don't want to host it. You can if you get like a few people, maybe a community space of like you have to know people. You could say like, hey, Rabbi, will you join my space? Yeah, of course I'll join your space. And you can get another 4 or 5 people to be like a solid core. Then maybe host a space. But if it's just you, nobody will.
Have you made any speakers after retweet the space?
Yeah. So what you do? So a good thing to do if you're going to do that is you say, in order to come up and speak, you have to retweet the space. You have to like the space. You have to tag 3 friends. And that means that those 3 friends will get them down.
Also, buy $500
And 100%. But usually, so I've just gotten into this is my strategy whenever I'm in the spaces. It works really well, I've got to say. I go into the space, I follow everybody in the space, I look at all the profiles, I follow everybody I can. Then I go to the purple pill and I drop this thing that I have that says it's like this video that I made that plays, and then I repost, I like the room, I like the space, and I retweet it. Then I press the like I got it down this time. Then I press the microphone. I wait for them to call me up. When they call me up, I raise my hand. I wait for them to say, "Oh, Rabbi's here. Hey, Rabbi, what's good? How are you today?" I go in, I shill myself, and then when I'm done, I wait maybe a minute if there's anybody who wants to talk about my project or ask me questions. And then when I'm done, I don't wait for them to kick me off the stage. I leave the stage, unless it's a small space, but if it's a big space, I leave the stage. And then I go into the purple pill, I at the host, and I thank them for allowing me to share. That's the best funding strategy that you can have, because it shows that you appreciate them, not only that you say it to them while you're in the space, but that you write it to them. That makes sense to you.
Yeah, the space first.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
And then I go,
space and again.
and then I go into the next space. And then I go into the next space, and I do the same thing. And I'll do that 3 or 4 times an hour, and then there won't be another space for another 2 hours or something. Then I take a break or whatever. Or there might be a space, and I know all these people know me, and I know I just showed them 2 days ago, and they all know my shit. Like, I'll go to the space. If they're all following me already, I don't need to show these guys. They know me. But sometimes I get this quite often. At least once a day, a space will invite me to come in. They'll be like, please show us. We love your shit. I'll be like, okay. And then I'll get other spaces where there will be people literally who are like, I want to try to do your show word for word. I think I can do it. And they'll try, and they'll do okay. You know, like, that's when you know you're really starting to go for it.
That's okay. Here's just the first part.
I like to talk about web extensions. Vertical with our
Because here's the first part. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. That's extremely common. Like extremely common. I train my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates went for his content as king. I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated the data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and what I do, I want to make you and your friends your family all financially independent if you know already. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already know what you do with some charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Then I say like that's my introduction. That's about 1 minute right there. And people only give you 1 minute to chill. I just keep it. But I really like to get the whole thing. I cover up a lot of things, and I think it's. You know, I get people. I don't want to say every day, but people say you have the absolute best show you've ever heard, and they're like people are like it's like a poem or it's like a rhyme. Like, it's like a song. There was this girl 2 nights ago who was like, I'm speechless. I've never heard anything like I hear people chill all the time, and nobody's got it down like that. Are you reading it? Then I get people. I got it too good, right, sir? Where they accuse me of reading it, which is fine if you're reading it. Who cares? But I'm not. Or they accuse me of being a robot. I get accused of being a robot, especially Nigerian guys. Nothing against Nigeria, but they just think I'm a robot because they speak really, really quickly, and they tend to not speak that quickly. And so they'll just be like, I don't know how you have this recorded. You're AI. Sometimes you just call me AI. They call that AI. Okay. This one guy, he was like, I don't want to let this guy up. He's just going to come in here and he talks really, really quickly. Somebody was like, let him up. Let's see what he has to say. And I just talked really, really slow. Sometimes, I mean, it depends on your audience. You know, your audience is really important. But I have to slow it down for some audience. I know if I speak as quickly as I want to, it kind of scares them. They don't understand what I'm saying. And so, if I'm in, I'll just say like a Nigerian space, you kind of slow it down. And that's just culturally, they don't speak as quickly. Then if I'm in a really big space where you only get a certain amount of time to chill, I turn it up. And I'll get other people, the big times, they give you, sometimes people give you 30 seconds, 45 seconds, 1 minute. A big one that's becoming more popular is 69 seconds. It's because 69. And then I'll get a lot of Nigerians who say, we'll give you 2 minutes. And all I need is if I do my chill at its normal speed, it's about 2 minutes and 22 seconds. But they have all been really nice about it. They'll give me the 2 minutes and 22 seconds. And then when I'm done, they'll just be like, what was that? And then I'll get some people who are like, actually no. I'd say about 30% are shilling crypto, another 70% are shilling themselves as like supply guys or as Web3 marketers or as traders or promoters or community managers, content creators, video editors, and everybody's got something. So it's like maybe it's 50-50, but I want to say there aren't that many projects that do it as much as there are individuals who just go in there and they just be like, I'm a community manager, I'm a content creator, and if you need help with your content, let me know. Some of these projects, I can't believe what these guys get paid. These fucking these $1 an hour to repost people's shit and to sit in a Telegram and make sure nobody posts nudity. It's like you're getting paid huge amounts of money. You don't recognize it's like a giant sum of money. I have this one friend who started this company, and he said to me, he works in
Oh,
booby traps. Let me know when it's okay. Okay, so this one guy I know, he was like, I've been paying these reply guys recently, and I said to him, and he works in other jobs. He works in like the oil industry in the United Kingdom. And I said to him, how much are you paying these guys? And he's like, $300. Like $300 a month. He's like, no, $300 a month. I'm like, what? And I'm like, what do they do for you? And he's like, well, that's the thing. I pay them, and then I have to be on them to like repost my stuff. And I'm like, that's incredible. Like, you know that you're way overpaying for the service. He's like, how much should I be paying? And I show him his website where, like, they were getting him like 10 reposts and 10 likes. And even he said, I'm sure it's the same guy who just has 10 different accounts, but at least it's something. And I show him this website, and for like $20 for the rest of his life, $20 for the rest of his life, he'll get 100 posts on every 100 likes on every post and 100 reposts on every post. He's like, you just saved me like $1,200 a month. I'm like, I know, but like I hate to say it, but if you know the right services, you put all these people out there.
yeah, but I mean, I feel like their followers matters here.
Their followers are worse. Their followers are worse. These are premium likes. They're people with the blue check mark, and they're people with the blue check mark liking your shit and reposting your shit. The guy who's doing it with the reply guy just has regular accounts that he just created a model on Reddit accounts with like no followers.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just betting from like the surface. That's not my point. Is that like, I don't know, see where it's like what the reach speed is really where it's just a bunch of accounts.
I get what you're saying. No. The guy runs the project. He has real people following him. He just needs like more visibility to his posts. So he just needs people to repost his shit and like his shit. And these are premium accounts, blue check marks that are doing it for him. So he told me, he's like, I wish you would have told me this yesterday because I just paid them yesterday. But I'm not going to pay them anymore. They weren't doing what I was asking, and here it is, like for $20, I'm going to get way better service. And his wife even thanked me. Really nice lady. She was like, you saved me a lot of money. And he was like, I'm proposed to these. And it's just like, I'm just like a guy in the UK. Like, I'm not like a billionaire maker. I don't have endless funds. I have to work for my money. And you just saved me like a third of my paycheck because I was paying to be my guys. And what you were saying.
I was like, I don't know, in Nigeria, like, okay, I really like novel or I
I don't know a lot of Nigerians who are running coins. I don't know a lot of Nigerians who are running coins. I do know a lot of people in the United States who run coins and in Europe who run coins. And Nigerians connect with those people and become reply guys and become community managers and Web3 marketers. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah, they don't really do the coins. I'm trying to think if I know any of them run
And Bitcoin a lot of the not of the Harry Potter. Because I was trying to get bias
Yeah, I mean, he's a unique case. I don't. I'm trying to think of like, I probably have at least 2,000 people from Nigeria who are following me, and I don't know any of them who started their own coin. They all connect with other people's coins and up to my coins, and I think it's because launching your own coin takes some funds. They don't always have the funds. They don't always know what to do. Um, and
You'd rather just market.
yeah, I mean it's easier. There's less risk.
But they just, but don't, I mean, I guess as like a marketer, when I studied Telegram, I have 60,000 people in my group are Xing out. Who knows their accounts or whatever. But
Yeah, they do.
I feel like I'm like a marketer. You need your own audience to market to the same problem.
Yeah, they do that. Once you get a big enough Telegram or Discord, you can basically do pay for hosting to be able to promote people's accounts or their projects. But kind of think,
I mean, with those ones, I mean, we're not those, but like some of them, some people just have like integrity and they won't just accept payment to do whatever they need their amount, like a scale of damage their reputation ultimately.
that's absolutely
They actually have to like, feel like it's a good project to actually.
that's
I
absolutely
mean,
right.
there's no right or wrong answer. But
Do you know who Mario Marwal is? He runs the biggest X spaces.
no,
Okay, so his X spaces usually averaging 4,000 people. And in order for him to do a space with you, he charges $40,000. And all he does is he's got a bunch of followers, and what he does is he just buys his own space, and for him to buy his space to get 4,000 people, it costs him something like $2. And he just ensures that you've already paid him, and he'll interview you about your project for like an hour, and he makes out with like $39,800 every time he does one of those spaces.
I mean, who's falling for that?
Well, everybody falls for it.
I paid 40,000.
No. So what he does is the way that Twitter works is it only shows you the first 1,000 listeners, and all of those 1,000 listeners, because he has such a big account, whenever he goes live, he gets maybe 2,000 real people listening to him. Then he bots it with another 2,000 or 4,000 accounts, and so when you're looking at his space, it looks very organic, and they are real people, and he's able to he does like spaces every day. He gets 40 grand every single day.
I mean, do the same. I mean, I feel like you guys look at it as a real conference to price. That's an effective way to. $40,000 seems absurd for 2,000 people listening to you for an hour.
Well, but the people who listen to him are people with giant. I mean, like Elon Musk goes into his spaces, and
Like 2,000 people have money in that price.
exactly, and they're like some of them are. I would say like the net worth of that space, at least the first like 200 people in there, they're all millionaires. So you can't replace that. Like you could go to a conference, but like conferences just don't have 200 millionaires right there. Like they don't millionaires don't spend their time. Most millionaires have like conferences like that, unless it's like even
It's not a complete.
no, it's not at all. It's just interesting to me that like literally it's pay for play. If you want him to interview you, it's $40,000. I know that guy's price. But
I mean, how big do the coins come?
they do really well in the spaces. Or or he'll just do like a space on a topic.
And the thing that you can like copy trade the coins that go on the spaces.
Yeah, you can do that. Usually, though, they already have like a bunch of whales that are involved. We're gonna dump that thing right after the space, but it starts to punt.
Really?
Yeah, that's how they
So
plan
they're
it.
trying to drop those.
Yeah, they're
They're really looking for excellent space billionaires.
absolutely. They do really well. They say, okay, we're gonna pay $40,000 for this, but it's gonna pump our coin to $5 million, and we're each gonna make $1 million, and then just run the thing. They get 5 millionaires together, and they say, all right, our goal is to pump this thing to $10 million. Once it hits $10 million, we're gonna run it, and they can get that thing to pump during one of these Mario calls to $10 million, and then they just rug it right after the call. He got paid his $40,000 and did not get a call.
I mean, it seems like it's definitely Joe.
Cool. Well, the thing is, if you find out, if you can find out what he's going to be showing beforehand, there's a chance to make money on it. But in their own way, they kind of see it as a win-win. Mario makes $40,000. He bots his space. You know that you're going to get a bunch of whales in there, and you're going to make more than $40,000. We consider $40,000 to be a lot of money, but if you're pumping a coin, $40,000 can be pocket change if the coin gets to a $20 million market cap. Well, and the thing is, some of them don't rug it. Some of them try to legitimize it, so they don't all rug it. But I'm saying that it's a way to do it. Yeah. You never, and like Mario's not stupid. He doesn't want people listening to his spaces that just do that. He wants people to basically have some trust in his system. And then I think he has a couple other well, here's the other thing. You can't just message him. You have to message one of his minions, and they get all the information to him. And he also has a thing you don't actually pay him because he doesn't want to like if something goes wrong, he doesn't want to be blamed for it. So he has like a team of people, and they're always his co-hosts, and just go to them. If you want to get a message to him, you get to one of those co-hosts, and then they send him a message. That way he can kind of keep his hands clean if anything goes wrong. They can't say, hey, here are my messages to Mario, and Mario's saying like, hey, I know this thing's gonna run. Never happened.
Right? Great. I mean, those guys, how many fly?
I think he's got 1.6 million.
Elon started touring space, they're doing.
It depends. I've seen him.
I'm surprised he he goes on podcasts all the time, but he seems like very rarely start tour spaces. He started one that I forgot what he was talking about. It's like some famous person of some recently.
So Mario Narfon, he's got a space phone right now. He's got $2.7 million. His space right now is just live Iran protest coverage. He does a lot of spaces like that too, that are just about current events and stuff. I'm not saying all his stuff is about it's usually about current events. But he does about these things. Okay, so Elon Musk has the record for one of the biggest Twitter space I've ever seen. He had, I think, like 4 million people. And he did an interview with Donald Trump. And,
Right. That might have been one I saw.
yeah, it did not crash. But, it surprised me it did not crash. And he does them, but he did them a lot more. It seemed like before he did the whole Doge thing. It seems like he's been quieter since then. But last year, he was doing a lot, especially when he did the X when he changed the company name to X, and they did the brand redesign.
seemed like he got what he wanted, which was enough influence within the presidential administration to have all kinds of benefits for his company, SpaceX and stuff. But I haven't seen him in one recently, but I don't really look for him either. I'm not following him. And I've told you this story before, but I'm going to tell it to you again. So there's a guy who sounds exactly like Elon Musk. His name is Adrian Dittman, and he and I know this, and he and I had a debate with one space about the benefits of the electric car versus the hydrogen car, and I took the side of the hydrogen car, of the electric car, and I won this debate. I beat him. People told me afterward that like there was this huge rumor going on the internet at the time. Remember Adrian? I had 3,000 Twitter followers, something really small, and he's got 700,000 or 800,000 now. So it tells me if I would have kept pushing at the time, maybe I would have gotten a lot more. But I think he lost a lot of pieces. But he just had this voice that sounded a lot like Elon Musk. To the point where at points he was able to speak to Elon Musk directly. Elon Musk was like, "That's freaky! Like you sound just like I do." And without that, this guy was just like has a voice like Elon Musk, which makes him really attractive.
Yeah, like that's like a look like too. That's like Chinese or Asian or something. I've seen that music literally in the car with so I feel like once you get to like a certain level of fame, just like these thoughtful gamers, like they make a living just off your face and your voice.
Well, this Adrian Dittman, I'll tell you, would have no influence but for him. It's not hard to say Elon Musk.
Here's an interesting like lawsuit that I heard about. Coca-Cola. They released an advertisement that sounded like saying this fucking country singer. I forget his name, but he was just off country singer. But it was like very distinct.
Garth Brooks.
But they
That's Garth Brooks, Clint Black, Johnny Cash.
got doing yeah. So yeah, they were using this cover artist for Johnny Cash to do a song that sounded like Johnny Cash song. It was a cover artist. It was not Johnny Cash performing. It was this cover artist that had a unique voice. Yeah, Coca-Cola just had a giant lawsuit against them for, I guess, like basically their argument was that the average person would not be able to discern this from Johnny Cash, who's a well-known singer, so therefore you will just ship those royalties. And also, what are your reputation damage from this? Because other brands aren't going to, it's not look good that you are stealing artists, basically stealing other artists. So I just thought that was very interesting.
I think I look into it more. Did you see the? Do you know the Grand Theft Auto 5 chick, like a blonde chick in a bikini?
Yeah, she is offbeat from some things.
So Kate Upton, who was like the flavor of the month, the flavor of the year around that time. It looks just like her, and she wanted to sue.
Like, that's a cartoon.
Well, yeah, but they still it was her likeness. They wanted to sue. She wanted to sue them because it really takes on her features. But all Rockstar had to do was show the real model who they made it off of, and it looks like the real model as well. They just are both like pretty blondes, and nothing she could do about it. So basically, Rockstar had a really good case that was like, look, we hired a model, we made this artist, made this cartoon that looks just like the model, and just because it looks like you too, there's you know,
not anything we can do about that. Sorry, it is what it is.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting gray area. Sure, the Johnny Cash sounds like Johnny Cash. This guy sounds like this guy. Both sound like each other.
Right.
Like this piece of artwork, plagiarization.
Yeah. Right. And
so I'm curious how it unprompted some piece of number.
yeah, and Coca-Cola probably said, look, we're going to get what we want out of it, and it's probably cheaper than having to pay for advertising. Yeah. Or they could just straight up win. And if anything, it gets them in the news. It doesn't hurt their reputation that much. It's like, this is about really great reputation with most people. It's the most iconic logo in the world. And if anything, it just reinforces that they are like an extremely powerful. I mean, we were talking about marketing, and that's like for soda. Or wait, who is it? Oh, you know what the biggest marketing like advantage is? I don't know. Like, okay, I'll have you guess this. There's one industry where basically everything's the same. The only thing that differs is the market. What industry?
Like exactly the same product.
Yes, everything's pretty much the same. There are a few different industries. Like, let's see. And it's a giant industry.
Golf balls.
No. It's insurance. Basically, all insurance is the same. You all have deductible, and you just pay whatever. The only thing that really differs is their marketing.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, there's any structure policy.
They all structure the policy basically the same way. There's not that much difference. And another one that's like this is gasoline. They all basically do the same shit. Nobody like really excited to get any kind of gasoline. It's different than any other gasoline. So the only thing that really differentiates them
is that no water too almost. So water is more subjective to taste. I think the taste of water actually does play a large role.
at least in the United States, there are different, like Nestle basically owns all the water they get, and they don't want people to know the kind of monopoly that they have. So if you go in different parts of the country, they have different marketing for their water, but it's all owned by the same company. So we have like Arrowhead water, and like I think in like other parts of the United States they have like Polish Spring and like Ice Mountain, but they're all owned by the same company. And the reason why they do that is they don't want you to have like one Coca-Cola for water, because that would raise suspicions. Like, hey, somebody has a monopoly on water, so they change it up.
I mean, the paper trail of company ownership, like from
It's known.
a legislator standpoint,
It's known. It's known, but it's just an idea that like
they have like the consumer side, but business side is not always a monopoly.
well, because there are companies that like there's like Dasani, which is from Coca-Cola, that is a competitor, and they have like Aquafina, which is from Pepsi, that's a competitor. So there are enough competitors that they don't have a monopoly, but it's just they find it that at least Nestle found it more beneficial to have different name companies in different parts of the United same with gasoline. I was talking about this before. We have Chevron and East Coast, we have Exxon and Mobil and Phillips 66 and like Esso, you have Esso in Canada. There's Sunoco. These are all the same company that used to be Stanford. It is. That's why they broke it. That's why they broke up. All of these companies used to be one company, so they broke it up in the early century with the Sherman Antitrust Act, and that just basically made them more powerful because they had to break up, but they all basically were just owned by the same stock.
So it's like they're obviously like they're still like the same team practice.
Exactly. It would be like
balance sheet is now divided.
Exactly. It's like a Medusa. Like you cut off the head of one and it just, or like a Gorgon. Like you cut off the head of one and break something to others. Or it's like a bee's nest. If you break it open, it's just gonna expand and be everywhere. But
what's up with getting the people from like or whatever that you pay or something like that you're telling me about?
yeah, I think that kind of legislation.
I mean that one is kind of like they're like literally like people living on the website you're banned from selling water and gas to people because they're they can't operate your browser.
Yeah, they basically say that you can either run Google AdWords in our country or have 85% of the browser share. You can't have both. So Google would rather have AdWords because that makes them a lot more money than just having a browser. You won't allow a browser to be downloaded from European country. But we're still going to show ads anywhere else. And on top of that, most every browser, including Opera and I want to say everything but Safari and maybe Firefox, use Chromium, which is Chrome anyway. Basically, they're all built on Chrome anyway. So they just basically take by so you don't
It's a sheet code.
great analogy. And thing that I heard recently on Google was so this was on the Indian the like Indian word page that they were just testing this out, but I think they're going to change it globally. Is you'll be able to change your Gmail account like right now. Imagine you're like I don't know 13 years old and you create your account and you just make your account name biggest pick of all time. Okay, that's cool. Connect all your Netflix and all your everything's connected to that. But then you start to get to be an adult and you want to, be taken seriously and your email biggest pick of all time. You can't change that. Google, I believe, this year is going to allow people to start changing it. So basically, it'll create an alias for them. So you'll still keep biggest pick of all time, but you'll be able to create an alias that would be like Tom Jones.
So might be valuable to do make sure are all the things.
It might be good at anything. So
Did you any healing? Like the like our URL things be popular like nuts.com.
yeah, I was looking into that when it came out. But I would say like that's at least what the website was started on. I was only like 10 during the height of the. I business.com. How at the time business.com was the most expensive website like internet. And I didn't know how to buy. You have to understand, it wasn't so easy to start a website, like to get a URL, as it is today. GoDaddy didn't exist, so you had to figure out where to go to be able to get the website if it existed, and if it didn't exist, how to create it. If it did exist, owned it, how to purchase it from them. It's much more complicated than it is today. And sure, I would say that I didn't like all of those names were taken by the time I purchased them. And with social media, like I'm saying like good names, quote unquote, of people on social media were like not really that valuable. Not like websites were. Like I know there are some that are really popular, but usually the big names are like somebody's actual name, and that isn't as lucrative. I think that a big one. I remember when YouTube allowed you to have the custom URLs, and I took some pretty good ones. I thought, I mean, like, I think I got like my name Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, but then I got like the Rabbi or something like that. I got some good ones, like some short ones. But then, like, I also have Rabbi ROTHSCHILD eats pussy. Like, nobody else would want that when I said mine. But it goes into that, like, that's honestly one of my most famous songs. And that's one of my most used Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. And those could be played on. I'll be right back.
So here's time screen.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the show Kenny versus Benny?
I've heard of this.
Beautiful Canadian television show. Probably one of my favorite shows. They do these humiliations. He like lose the competition. One of the humiliations was the guy like scraped his tongue and I think he did sandwich or something with it.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
Did you get a tongue scraper?
I have it. I should put it on my Christmas list, but
No, you could just
honestly,
use a spoon.
oh right, yeah.
It,
But it's
it's a game changer. It will. I would say it reduces bad breath by like 60%.
halitosis.
All right. So if I were you, I wanted my cryptocurrency to go up, I would do the thing about I would just be in X spaces all day, every day, and I was trying to think if I would have to start a podcast, and wait, you don't understand, right? Hold on, you don't understand. The Twitter Spaces are already podcasts, right?
If they're recorded, yeah.
Well, like 95% of them is recorded. So all you have to do is take your pitch when you pitch in there, and any questions that people ask you, and then you can make that into a short podcast, like 20 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
And it's like free content. And then you can upload that to YouTube if you wanted to, and it's like it's just going to help you to dominate the algorithm. And whenever anybody types in the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, you're going to dominate. Like that's if you can dominate, that's got to be like that's the big thing to dominate. I know I've said this before to you. I know I've said this to you before, but like the number one word in Google AdWords to put in or like to bid on is the word insurance, because you get somebody to buy your insurance and they'll buy it for like years and years and years. So like I think it would have like $7 every time somebody clicks on the word insurance. But it's really important to like dominate that word. You're like kind of doing the same thing, cryptocurrency, except you're just using the phrase the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, which is a really strong phrase. You're always going to show up number one for that.
Yeah, it's very like parallel to purchasing ROs.
Yeah. Now let's see if that is available. Okay. I bet it's not. That's like super.
But they probably don't have like all the extensions. My extensions like .xyz.
Yeah.
Maybe the .com.
Fuck that.
There's like a million extensions.
Fuck that explanation.
Honestly, I've seen a lot of cryptos with it. It doesn't take away anything.
I know it doesn't take away from you, but in legitimate investors, they're going to say, why?
But looks like an engineering project.
Exactly.
Invest.
Exactly. Like you're putting all this work into it. If you have XYZ, why wouldn't I just go with the guy who got the name? Dude, it's available for $5.
Send me the link. I'll buy it. I don't know when which thing.
So yeah.
Okay. Probably the greatest for all the
Dude, that's a hilarious website.
the name of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, what's your website? The greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Like, It's a really good
Yeah,
way.
I know. I literally, like I said, like,
You know, one thing that you said to me that I think about all the time, that it was, I just really like that you said it. When you first heard about my project and I was live streaming my life reviews, we didn't even know each other at the time. And you said, that's like the greatest idea I've ever heard. And I just think that is interesting. I sent you the, I sent you the link. You could get the greatest cryptocurrency.com, but no, you need the whole thing. Exactly. And I think the word "the" needs to be part of it.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, because some people may want to shorten it, greatest cryptocurrency, but no, it's like the great. Everything is the greatest cryptocurrency, and that will also help you to get like different. I'm gonna go to the name checker. That'll tell you where that is available and stuff. And so if we say the, go. It's not available on X. Oh, that's the big one. What about YouTube? What the fuck's got nothing to do with it? That's the one that we need the most.
Yeah, just get a G code, GCO.
No, that sucks. Fuck, somebody's got it.
You can just add an underscore at the end.
No, that sucks. What about the code coin? Somebody's got that too. The code, code, nobody's gonna have the code currency. Nobody's got that. That's actually a good one. Like that or not.
I'm not sure. Are you in the name checker to make sure it's available?
Yeah.
What currency is given?
Yeah, it seems like it's available on YouTube. You can even get it on the website. But get it on Reddit, and you name it, it's available. Vimeo, Pinterest, Blogger. It's available on Snapchat. Um, the Go currency is available. And you can use the Go crypto on everything else, but just X might have to be the Go currency, which is no big deal.
Yeah, sure. That's a good.
Dude, this is funny thing that I've seen. So there's okay. So this is like a really good idea. Okay, so I use this name checker website. And you type in your name, it'll tell you if it's available. And it works pretty well. Like, pretty well. But what you do is you create a website like that, and you just look at what people are searching. If you see any name that's really, really good, you just go and get it before they do.
the trends.
No, okay, so it's like a name check. So you put in the GOAT crypto, and it'll tell you on all the different platforms that it's available. But if you own the website that we're talking about, let's say somebody puts something in that's really good, you beat them to it. You go and you get the website, you go and get all the other shit, beat them to it, and then they have to pay you for access to it. Like basically, you're wolf in sheep's clothes. They go to your website, you're going to help them find all the available websites that you do. But if they have something really good, you want to take it.
Wow, that is a little bit deep.
Yeah. So somebody said that's what name checker is.
Okay, grab a bag. Just getting stuff for like the fried rice that takes me an hour.
I'm just looking at that.
Oh yeah. Are these scanned?
Like right now, at least the show spaces, there are 4 of them going on. One of them has 16 people, one of them has 5 people, one of them has 1 person, one of them has 14 people, and then there's mine that don't count. Right there, you hit those up, that's like 20, that's like 50 people who will probably follow you with the name that you have. Like, think about, just think to yourself, I don't want to, like, it was a great start, Perch Coin. But you know how hard it would be to market Perch Coin in comparison to the greatest crypto of all time, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Like, that is,
The first grader analogy is perfect because that's literally what goes on here. It's or just human nature, I guess, in general. But yeah, it's like it's not. It doesn't sound like the most serious point. I guess it's really not. We have a mission, but I'm not a serious person.
I think it is, arguably nonsense.
The name, you think the name sounds serious?
Yeah,
I mean, it's direct. It sounds very direct. We need business.
I do think it sounds like serious. It's the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Well, what's more serious than that?
Website, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. That is a 10 out of 10 out of 10 website. Just Aquarius. Aquarius.
Yeah, we
I can hear you.
how you doing, girl? How did it go?
business is like about that. Aquarius. Why are you on so early? I thought you don't be showing up around night. Or are you grubbing on it? Nice. I haven't had Taco Bell in like forever because it closed down the location. I don't live near Metropolis, like the location. So it's been like 8 years since I've eaten Taco Bell, basically. Probably longer than that. Yeah, yeah. Rabbi is up the game. Coordinate probably the most tactical marketing pursuit of the entirety of the world. It's just the level of IQ is just so, it's unheard of. Unfortunately, even though I hate it, I really like doing murals and painting murals. And I want to travel around the world and paint with murals. So that's my real life goal that I've set out to achieve. But I, yeah, was just had this idea for crypto, so it's coming up now. Come to the awful point in the journey where it doesn't matter if you have the greatest idea or listening to you or hearing you or business. It's probably going to end up working. Yeah. Are you into crypto, Mr. Aquarius? You sound like you were into crypto. You don't like gambling on random, like, you gamble on all. There you go. So you're gambling. It's like, well, never played slot machines, but you play any other casino. Well, maybe you could, I mean, it's usually people like for a gambling class. Maybe you go out and play for fun. So,
Thank you. I have this friend who comes in here and he gambles and he has a real problem.
I mean, a real problem. Like we joke about it, but I didn't realize my dad was pregnant until 3 nights ago. And he'll come in here. He has a pretty good job. He makes like $92,000 a year, and he will come in here and blow like $1,000. It's really sad. He's so obsessed that he'll bet on the strangest sports. Like we're not talking like hockey. We're not talking like basketball. He will bet soccer games or Malaysian badminton or Russian ping pong. He's like down bad, really, really bad. And I tried to help him. He wants a different job. He's got a good job, but he wants a different one. So we worked on his resume, and I had him apply for 400 jobs in a year, the other time. And he's like, it's really sad. He will come in here. I didn't know like how bad his addiction is. I would just give him, I would just bust his balls, and I'd be like, dude, you come in here, you'll get up like $2,000, and I'll blink, and you'll be like, I lost it all. I mean, like literally, that's how quickly it happens. And I'm like, you can't. I couldn't trust you. He's got a child, right? His wife is like 9 months pregnant, and I'm like, dude, you can't take them on vacation. Like, you've got a good job, but like you can't do anything because whenever you get any kind of money, yeah, exactly. You straight up blow this like so quick, so quick. And we spoke for like 4 or 5 hours of me trying to tell him we need to do it. And like, I'm like, we need to come with I'm a gambler. He's like, I've called them before, but I've just asked them for advice on who to bet on. And I'm just like, dude, you gotta like, I told him like, his wife was right there, and I was like,
call up the suicide hotline. Bridge.
I told him, you're gonna lose your wife, you're gonna lose your kids, you're gonna drink yourself into the poorhouse, and it's all because you are so deeply addicted. I've never seen a gambling addiction like this that has, where I've seen them up thousands of dollars, and I will go give a glass of water, and I'll come back and be like, it's all gone. And I'll be like, what, a couple $100 in right now, or he has this thing, like I saw him play, he got up like $1,200. I said, look, dude, just take $1,000 out and just put it away, and then gamble with $200. Then I'm fine with that. And he'll be like, okay, that's what I'm gonna do. And he does that. And I go wash my hands or something. I come back, and I'm like, all right, so what's up? He's like, I lost it. Like, you lost the $200 already? He'll be like, yeah, I lost the $200 and I lost the $1,000. And I'll be like, dude, I don't know how. I just told him that your wife is going to divorce you. She's a really nice lady. She's going to divorce you. She's going to move back in with your parents. And she's going to take your attention. Like, literally, you have to quit this. He's like, I can't, though. He got so bad. The way I met him was one of my bots went into the streams and just spammed him. And he came in here. So he's a streamer. And he's like, I have to tell you something. I'm like, what's that? He's like, I had to pawn my computer. I'm like, pawn your computer? You have a job. Like, you don't need to do that. He's like, I know, but I got like loans because of my gambling, and I pawned the money. Like, I have a $1,500 computer, and I pawned it for like $150, and I lost that right away. And I'm not getting my computer back until Friday. Okay? And he was getting paid today anyway. And I'm like, dude, when you get paid, you need to give your wife your paycheck and just say, look, I can't be trusted with this right now. Maybe you can get over it in the future, but until then, you cannot. And we worked this whole plan out. How you can have $30,000 in your gambling. He said, like, if you just put that for a down payment on a house, you could be in a house next year. As opposed to, like, yeah, it's a nice place now, but you could be in a much nicer place. And, but I'm like, I can't trust you. Even if I give you $30,000 right now, his gambling is so bad that I'd go and just one of my computers and come back and it would be all the problem. And he would just be like, it's all done. Like, the absolute worst case of gambling addiction I've ever seen.
I've heard a really funny joke about gambling addiction, which is this: it's the only addiction in which you can get really, really rich, which is kind of a funny thing. Because usually with like drug addiction, you usually don't make money off of those, but with gambling you could. But this guy, she's really dead asleep. And I told him that like I'm not going to be your friend if you continue this kind of lifestyle. I can't allow you to. Like, I feel like I'm enabling. When you come in here and we have a good time and I make fun of you and you lose money, that's I'm enabling your behavior. I don't want that. I told them if you come in here and you're gonna apply for jobs and you want me to keep you company, or you want to watch a movie, or you want to play a game and you want me to comment on your game, I'll do all of that kind of stuff. But if you come in here and I see you blowing your kids' college fund, I'm enabling you. I'm not coming.
Yeah. So he really got a bad addiction.
Really, really bad. Really bad. And he doesn't take it seriously, and he tries to justify it. And we went through his. I got this last time, but like maybe a few months ago, we went through his different gambling accounts, and he's lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, over $100,000. He's can't keep track of it. Oh, it's really bad. This is how bad he is. What he does is this: his banks have like cut him off. Like he doesn't have any money for the banks, so he'll like use like 4 different debit cards to be able to buy some janky ass cryptocurrency, so that he could use some crazy Romanian website. He'll literally like he'll need $100. What he'll do is he'll use his debit card to go on one website that takes out a $3 charge, and another website that takes out a $2 charge, and another website that takes out a $2 charge, and another website that takes out a $3 charge, and basically have $90 left to play. He'll play 3 hands of $30 each, and he'll lose. It'll be gone. So he spent $10 in all the fees for the different websites, and then each 3 rounds really quickly. Oh, it's really sad to see. And I didn't know how bad it was until he told me he bought this computer. And he was like, dude, I know how much you love that computer. I didn't realize like you would do something so drastic. You need to make this your bottom. You need to say, I need to quit. But he was in his mind, he's like, I could still just do like $250 a week, and I'm fine with that. And I have all my bills be paid and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but you can't take your kid to vacation. You can't take your kid to Chuck E. Cheese. You can't take your kid to a ball game. Like those are things that you might want to do as a father, and you can't do any of them. It's really sad. So at least I told him, like, at least with cryptocurrency, there's a chance that you can make money. Like this gambling on these machines and stuff, you have no chance of making money. Really, really sad situation. And I've just never seen anybody like that. I've seen a lot of people who call themselves degenerates, but this guy, he is the most degenerate. It's crazy that his wife hasn't left. Like, I understand he's a good provider, or he is able to keep the roof over their heads, but at a certain point, I told him that you're going to do this one time, and that's going to be your kid's crib, or your kid's shoes, or diapers or something. And God's going to say, I can't do this. And I understand she's stuck because she's literally 9 months pregnant. Like, I'm not telling her to go do that at 9 months pregnant. And if it's hard to know, right? Yeah, she was in there in all the conversations. It was like we were kind of having an intervention. Yeah, but she very lovely. No, she knows he has a problem. Yeah, she gets a little bit of money every month, and that's for her to be able to buy stuff on Amazon. And she gets it, and she doesn't have to work, so it's not like she has a bad life. She's able to raise her kids and stay at home. That's really important. But if he just stopped gambling, he would literally have $30,000 this year. That's just a lot of money. Even more than
Actually spend it on stuff that is better.
what we talked about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
like
on demand, but it's like how you spend it on stuff that brings you more joy than see.
well, and that's what I said to him too. I told him, where do you want to be this time next year? It's like I want a house. Like we have enough credit, like we can get a house, and um, we qualify for this like certain program where basically that big down payment. And I'm like, okay, that's your goal, right? Yeah. So on the one side, you're going to have a new baby plus your child and a house and $30,000 in the bank. A really great start for next day. Or, and the only thing stopping you from having that is you get. Or you can have what you currently have, which is basically two children that are going to be in need, and a wife that isn't happy, and you're going to still be renting. What do you want? And like, I want the. So where's what you say? He's saying he stated that he wants the house and all that. And I said that your addiction is so bad that you can't just do it halfway. You either have to go home surfing or just destroy yourself. And many companies. Yeah.
Sounds like some burgers to him to me.
Well, when you said it, I know the support is going up. She'll do her penny slots, and once she gets more than with $50 or something, she'll say, "That's it, we're done. Go home." She's exactly smart enough. She's smart enough, and is good enough head on her shoulders to not. Yeah, $100. And yeah, and I was listening to someone the other day. The biggest addiction of men 18 to 35 now is sports. It's just that. And this guy who I talk about, he's a gambler. You would think that he's really into sports. He's not into sports at all, and he's betting on Russian ping pong and women's badminton doubles, and like you would think that you're really into sports to get into that. No, not at all. He couldn't name anything about sports. It's just he loved the competitiveness of it, and not even that so much. He just loved the idea that he could get a 5x on it. That really excited him. So people bet on the worst people just because they pay a lot and they win. Dude, he's so bad. He bets on video games. You watch people play basketball video games 2K, and we're watching like kids playing video games. I don't know how old they are. I say kids, but they're probably something like that. And he's you're betting on video games. Like I didn't even know you could do that. And he'll go in and he won't even know he'll know nothing about anything. He won't know the players. He won't know the game. He won't know the sport. Like we're having to look up like the rules of the game. Like we don't know if he's even winning or losing. Oh, it is very, very sad, but it's absolutely I don't watching him lose it hurts me. But if you were to write a movie on somebody who was really addicted, then this would be a funny movie if it didn't hurt so many people. Like, can you imagine a movie of someone who's so addicted to gambling that they bet on I'll ask you, like, who's your favorite baseball? I can't think of it.
Which is weird because it's a neat thing you compare, but
Exactly. But he only sees the number next to the person's name that says it's 5x or a 2x or whatever. He just always chooses the number. Um, and like, in the, I'll say his name on Kick is something like this. It's not this exactly, but it's something like the best gambling academy. It's something like that. It's not that, but it's something like that. And I'm like, dude, you are a terrible gambler. Why do you call yourself the best gambling academy? It's not like you're giving out like really great alpha, really great advice to like the people who watch you, and they're learning from you. Literally everything that you bet on, you lose. Every single thing. If anything on which you bet, the people should bet the opposite if they want to make money. And they make money essentially every single time. And his betting gets so bad that he'll put in a ton of bets and they'll be going and there'll be so much going on that he won't even know if he won or lost. And then he just has to lose. And then he'll win one of them and he'll be like, look, we won one. I'm like, Doug, you lost $300 to make $14. Like that's not an accomplishment. I'm not gonna say good job on that.
something in his childhood happened to bangers, crack or something. Since that day, I never
We were getting into that. He's extremely depressed. He has a good paid job, but it's really sad. It's a hard job. He's a corrections officer, and so he works in a jail, and he's around really bad people all the time, and he works nights, and um, it's lonely, and they could kill him at any point. They could like rebel or whatever, and then when and you have to understand he's around people who are like hurting children and hurting people like severely, and that's a very depressing situation. So when he's gambling, it's kind of another thing that he'll do is he'll drink, and he doesn't like to drink, but it helps him to forget all the shit that he learns about in his career. And as he said, he would rather smoke, but he can't because he gets drug tested. So he'll just go and drink. And I see this guy drink. He drinks like a fish, and then he'll drink, and then he'll gamble, and all his money will be gone. And in a matter of like 20 minutes, he'll be thousands of dollars. This is his whole paycheck. Um, and so we talked about it. Like, he he's not going outside and getting sunlight, working nights, and he doesn't. He's very depressed about just the situation, and it's this like this terrible circle that just repeating the same behavior. He wants to forget all the bad shit that he sees in life, so he drinks, and to get his mind off of all that stuff, he gambles. So that's why I said, you gotta get you another job. So I told him, you're gonna apply. So we got him a resume, we got him a headshot, we made sure that he created an Indeed account, a LinkedIn account, a ZipRecruiter account, a Career Builder account, and then I said to him, you're gonna apply for jobs, you're gonna count them out to me when you're done. So when you've applied to one, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4. You're gonna do that on each one of these websites, and until you hit 100. Once you hit 100 on the website, then you move on to the other. He did like 400 of them, and then even that night, he was getting people who were responding to him, like connecting with him on LinkedIn, like people who like work in like security of like Las Vegas casinos, and he's like, dude, I would love to work in a Las Vegas casino. It's like, dog, you are a gambling addict. That's the last place I want you to work in.
It's, that's funny. It
is. But yeah, so, I don't know if he'll ever come back in here because I told him I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'll come in here. I told him this. You come in here every single day, and we'll count it out. Your day one, you have a gamble. Day two, you have a gamble. Day three, you have a gamble. I've gotten people who are meth addicts, and I tell them I'm here to support you. I literally will be positive towards you. You come in here, and whenever you want to do meth, you come in here and we'll talk. We'll watch movies. We'll play games. We'll do whatever you want. I get people who do that, and I have had some people who are able to stay clean, and I have some people who they'll be gone for a couple of days, and they'll come back and I'll ask where they were. They'll say they had a relapse, and I don't get mad at them. Not my call, and I'll say, okay, well, today's day one. Let's start back all over. And it's just how it is. I do my best to be a supportive to people. Really, the best way I can. That's what I feel is the best for them. Yeah, some people we really changed their lives. I mean, people who had come here from jail, yeah, they are able to clean up their lives and get into meaningful relationships with people, get jobs, and there have been a few people in the course of 4 years really impressed with them, and they tell me like, I would not have this job without you. It's a great thing to hear. And then I get other people who they disappear. I don't hear from them for a year, but they come back. Hey, remember me? And I'll be like, I have no idea. Right? Oh, I'm the person with a 3-year-long heroin habit. Oh, yeah. What's going on? I'll be like, yeah, I'm still trying to kick in. I get it on you. So I'll give you as much as you. I'll give you more than a lot of the people. They have to get themselves together before they're going to be able to face anybody else. It's a lot of addiction. The gambling thing, that was somewhat a new one, and I kind of was making fun of it for a while, not knowing how serious it was. So, long story short, we got to keep stories out of that. YouTuber. And I've got other people here that they did not need name, but they're crypto addicts, big time. You talk about new crypto, they will hate it. But at least with those, I feel like the people have a chance to make a lot of money, and usually they have some kind of income coming in to be able to subsidize that kind of behavior. But cryptocurrency can be just gambling like anything else. You know, people who have gone from millionaires to nothing. Yeah, we're still friends. And they will be. You know how they're going to do it, right, sir?
Greatest.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. We're going to make sure they are on board with that. They're going to have good times. Everything they want. Okay, so, right, sir, how do we make the greatest cryptocurrency of all time?
I just say one thing. Over the my buddy has the sports gambling habit slash music pursuit. He has been looking for jobs. He is tired of just living off $20 from sports gambling every day, living off it. He did a lot of renovation stuff, and he has like a plumbing. He has a plumbing certificate for some reason. It's struggling. I have a hard time. Plumbing certificate. Not sure. Like red seal or whatever I'm assuming is a red seal. mostly like online. I just told them like in the clubs, the whole club, ask to speak to whoever you know is, ask if they're hiring, right? And just like make the calls. If you're just applying on Indeed, your resume is probably just
Well, it's a numbers game.
uh,
It's a numbers game, and that's what I tell people. You can't. In some things, you want quality over quantity. In most things, but in job hunting, it's a numbers game. If you put in 10,000 applications over the course of a month, somebody's going to call you. But if you only put in two, but they're really, really good, still there's no chance of calling you back.
I can send you guys a resume too. It's just 3 jobs.
That doesn't matter. All he's got to do, tell this man, take his resume, put it in ChatGPT, have ChatGPT make sure that it is optimized for career being software. And when he applies for these positions, he'll get into all kinds of new algorithms because he's got the right words on it. That makes sense.
Yeah. You know, I guess I do that now and see what changes. So are you gonna have to stress them?
Instead of it saying like 10 years plumbing experience, it'd be like 10 years plumbing experience with HVAC experience and porcelain tile expert and ability to quality assess certain water and plumbing issues, ability to install toilets, sinks, like all of that, those words that he doesn't have in there are really important when searching for, when people are searching for even resume databases. Somebody be like, I want somebody who has sink experience. They'll type in the word sink. But if he doesn't have that in there, because he just has the word plumbing in there, they're never going to find it. Especially nowadays when as much competition is out there, you need to use AI to your advantage. There's a funny joke. It's from Kids. It's not that good. Do you know who Ari Mahdi is? He's like the dystopian assassin.
Yeah, here's all the Montgomery.
Exactly. No. I was going to say he was on the list. But I don't know if you watch him. Yeah. Okay.
I watched a lot of William Montgomery show. That's not the podcast, but the show that changed.
Of course, it's a William Montgomery show. I know that too. It's a very good show. Anyway.
Well, you didn't stay it, so. Right here on the show.
Well, what I meant, you can call it the William Montgomery podcast. I'm not saying that's the name of the show. I'm saying William Montgomery's podcast. Okay. But he has a funny joke. It's not that funny, but he can just do crowd work. He goes to any person in the audience. He says, "What do you do for a living?" Somebody will be like, I'm in pest control. And he'd be like, because of AI, you have 6 months left in your job. Like no matter what it is, he could say like somebody will be like, I'm in IT tech support. Like you have 8 months to continue with your job. But somebody will be like, I'm in an Etsy store. It'll be like, you have a year and a half until you are out. You are out. AI replaces everything. But you know what they don't replace? Comedy. I will be the last job replaced. That's some ways I don't know if it's people like understand of quality, not necessarily robots. It's an art, and they don't want it replaced with robots. Anyway, to your friend, he's got to recognize that he has one of the last jobs that's going to be replaced with AI, because plumbing is really hard for robots to do. It's like really delicate, and you have to be really smart to do it. You have to get in really small places, and you don't want to damage them. So he has a future. Like, it'd be one thing if you were like, oh, he's customer support agent. That's going to be replaced probably. But plumbing is one of the last jobs. Not saying that it's not going to be replaced. It will be, but he's got a good chance at it. So he's got to use AI to his advantage, and it needs those words in there, and then you're going to have recruiters who are going to find him. But truthfully, for as good as all those recommendations are, you're telling the best thing. Find yourself a plumber in your area and ask him if he needs an assistant, and tell him that you have this experience, and if the plumber's looking for an experienced person, great. If not, take out an ad in Craigslist and say, are you looking for a plumber to do work in your house? He could be an independent contractor and have his own business. Has he thought of that?
That's a very solid idea.
No, I don't know why he has that. That's what he should have his own business. Why work for somebody else when you can work for yourself and have the freedom of your own business? I understand he's living off $20 on sports gambling, so he doesn't have a lot of money to go and get insurance and get bonded and everything. But that should be his goal to the year, is so he works under a guy as an apprentice for a year or whatever, as an assistant, if he already has experience, and he should start his own business. That's about the only way anybody today, like the number one way to become a millionaire in the United States today is to be your own, start your own business. It's really difficult to do.
That's right.
Even that much. It takes money to
Yes.
And I'm not saying that all businesses succeed, right? But like become a millionaire, it used to be really, really difficult. Not as difficult as it is, but that's just because of inflation. It's actually more difficult to make it right. But I know
How many markets do you think are is it like the crypto market?
let's see here. Lawyers are oversaturated. Nurses are not. Nurses are I believe. Nurses is not. Doctors.
I think lawyers are oversaturated. So about needs like constant bar exams and barrier and
Yeah. There aren't that many clinicians, and a lot of lawyers recognize they go into a lot of big money, and then they have these huge student loans and stuff, and they recognize that they could make more money in the business world than they can as being an attorney. Being an attorney doesn't always pay that well unless you're like a partner. They work you to death. The hours are really, really long, really stressful. A lot of times you do not the best people, and it's like extremely formal, and there's not a lot of freedom. So they just recognize that I can go do something better, and also a lot of legal positions are being replaced with AI. You don't need to hire lower level attorney to create a brief for you if you could just have ChatGPT do it. And so a lot of lawyers are under law profession and taking their knowledge and moving the business with, which you can, and those skills are easily transferable, which are good. But then there are a lot of lawyers who are making they went to school thinking they were going to and they just don't have the ability to do it. So the law is oversaturated. Anything customer service related is oversaturated. Anything remote from home is oversaturated. I would say that work from home keeps getting more and more saturated because AI is replacing a lot of these jobs. A lot of them are customer service jobs, or that's usually what it is. A lot of times. And AI is able to replace that position. All those things. Um, anything over the phone, a lot of times. Things that another thing that's undervalued is anything blue collar traditionally. So like plumbers, mechanics, electricians, all that stuff. AI hasn't been able to replace. Those are all really in high. HVAC, you can do really well with. That's heating, ventilation, electrician. What else? Um, so truck driving is interesting. I've known truck drivers, had a lot of truck drivers, and they make a lot of money. They make like $100,000 a year, but they're worked to death, and it's like a really dangerous job. It's one of the most dangerous jobs. And you've got to think like you're in the middle of like rural Montana, a snowstorm, and nobody's going to help you. And you've got to get your load to this little city or whatever by a certain time. And the only way to do it is that you have to take a picture. You're going through the mountains. It's like extremely dangerous. And, but their truck drivers are really high demand. So the thing is, you keep your own logbook, and people a lot of times keep two different logbooks. So they keep a logbook so if the police pull them over, they can show it looks good, but then they have their own logbook, and they're working a lot more, and they have to. The job is like I saw this documentary about truck driving. Like the job from the get go is up against you. It's like, all right. So here's a perfect example. I'm gonna find it. Absolutely. Watch this. So it's got like here's a perfect example. You can drive like they say like 12 hours. Okay. And you have to get your shipment from point A to point B, and it takes 11 hours to get there. However, your pre-trip check takes an hour to do, and your post-trip check takes an hour to do. So that means you've got 2 hours worth of trip, like checks that you have to do, and it takes you 11 hours to get there. So you actually have 13 hours of stuff to do, and you got to get it done in 12 hours. And you haven't even left yet. So what does that mean? It means you got to cut corners on when you're checking all the stuff, and you've got to drive a little bit over the speed limit or whatever in order to make your destination on time. And like, so what I'm saying is that before you even start, you're behind the 8 ball a lot of times. And there's not a lot of support out there. You've got to think like some of the conditions these guys are in and women. They're driving like 80 miles an hour on ice or in rain. Like, like they can lose traction, go off a cliff, nobody would see them, or it's a total whiteout condition. It's just extremely dangerous. But even though
get into trouble is the wind. The wind will just blow over their truck if it hits it.
Well, that's a separate.
There are a lot of issues with them. And then you don't get to see your family. A lot of truck drivers have children. Their children end up basically being raised by single parents because their dad is gone all the time. And like my friend, he had a really nice cab, and he had a dog. He came and visited me. Um, he's from Northern California. He drove 8 hours to come to me. And, drove to Irvine, and we had a picnic, and he gave him a tour of the house, and he we walked to the park and just live stream from there, and he would show me his cab, and he had everything was state of the art, but and he had a really nice bed, and he had it was really cozy. He had a dog. The dog's big Rogan or something, and he had an iPad, all he had really nice computer. He could afford all this because he got paid really well. But it was very low. Like he drove 8 hours just to come see me, basically have someone to hang out with. Yeah, and we did. He would do that. He would just give me. He would just be in the Discord call for 8 hours sometimes, just needing somebody to keep him up. But he couldn't do it. So guess what he did? So he's I want to say he's from Honduras. His mom's from Honduras. He's from the United States. He had Honduras or something, and he went and bought a hot dog cart that he takes with a bicycle. Went and he made $100,000 or so. Sold all his equipment, flew down to Honduras, and now he lives in on an island. And it's like a oh yeah, you know it. Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah. Okay, I don't know that. So you know this. Well then I don't know you guys have yeah. And I still talk to him until he moved, and then I sent him messages, but I have a card back for him. Yeah, he would come in for long periods of time. Yeah, you know about it. Yeah, I'll call him out of that Ireland and have a picnic. Talk to Jay. Oh yeah, so he's doing that now. And he wanted to live stream his stuff. He wanted to be a streamer. And he talked about that. That's another. Anyway, so he's the truck driver who I know, and I would hear the shit that he was, and it was just very, very dangerous. Yeah. Dude, absolutely. Okay, so this one day, he's what was he saying? He's like, Rabbi, I'm so tired all the time. And I'm like, dude, that's not a good sign. I said, look, I know your diet, and I know the diet of a truck driver. It's you don't get any fresh fruits or vegetables, and you need to, you go to McDonald's, to Burger King, to Wendy's, to whatever, all these places, and you don't get anything fresh. And I'm like, have you been checked for diabetes? I don't have diabetes. And I'm like, all right, I'm not saying that you do, but you come in here every day and you say how tired you are, and I'm just saying that you're 30, in your early 30s, you shouldn't be that tired. It's I know, but I'm just really thirsty and tired all the time. And I'm like, I'm just making you aware that those are the signs of diabetes. And he's like, yeah, I don't know. So I don't hear from him for like 4 months. And he comes back and I'm like, how you doing? He's like, oh man, I've been in the hospital. Like, what happened? He's like, I had, uh, I have diabetes. And I went into a diabetic shop in like North Carolina. And I had my call off the road or whatever. And they had to get the paramedics and the hospital. And I was like, what happened to your dog? And first question. And luckily, really fortunately, one of his fellow drivers took the dog and like, just like watched the dog while talking. And he had to move back to where he's from, just stay with his family for a while, get on his feet. And I was like, I hate to say it, but I told you so. That's why you were so tired of it. Like, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I can't believe I was so tired of it. So then he was having to do all the shots. And and look, I don't want to say bigger excuses. He could drive his truck a lot of times probably to a Walmart or something that has like a big parking lot. And if they don't let him do that, he could take an Uber from his truck to the place or whatever. Like that's what he did when he came and visited. I know, but that's what he did when he visited me. He couldn't drive. He couldn't drive. He couldn't drive a semi truck into my subdivision, so he parked where he could park his truck and took an Uber to me. But, like he could do the same to a grocery store. I'm not blaming him. Like, he really hard about it. And, but by the way, have you heard from him since he moved to Honduras or whatever? When's the last time you talked to him? I've sent him 2 messages. Is he okay? How's Buns inside? He's an interesting guy. But, yeah, this one day, I was just chilling, and he came into the telegram. It's like, Rabbi, and I was asleep. I was like, oh, he's like, I'm coming. Oh, what is that? It's like, yeah, no, yeah. It's like, oh, well, I'm in out. And I'm going to come down to Alpha. Okay. Like, I was asleep when he was telling me of it. And, what you got? 310-388-2588. I'm gonna call you when I'm close. Yeah. Okay. We didn't tour the whole house because both are smoke. The street that he's like going on the street. He was on my street, and then he was on my telegram on the street. People there thought it was like they were like, "Whoa, somebody has made contact." Then it's all on Instagram. I got the whole time that we were together on Instagram. It's like, oh my god.
So, like,
Allegedly. And then we,
you guys talking about
dog, I do remember this one lady came up to us and everybody was really went straight about it. You're not allowed to smoke outside. That's really kind of, and this lady came up to us and she's like, um, she was like freakish. I don't know what this lady's name was. It was like she was an NPC video. She came up to us and she's like, "What do you guys do?" She's like, "It smells really good here. What do you guys do?" We're just like, we're chilling on the bench. She's like, "Oh, what do you guys smoke?" We're just hanging out. What's your problem? And she's like, "Oh, I just want to see what you guys are doing." It's like, "Lady, go back on your fucking walk or your dog's like, I'm like, don't fuck around with this lady." Like, and I understand we had that kid down and stuff, so like off. But yeah, he he came down another time. But the way Apollo worked is you're like, "Hey, I'm gonna be at your house in 30 minutes." I don't look, it just happened. He was in West and not he's like, I could be where you are in like 30 minutes. God, you're in West End, it's gonna take you like 2.5 hours. And something like, you just tell me it is real, and we can do it. Like the other time he told me 8 hours. And then this other time he came to Illinois, and it was not a good situation for him. He got kicked out of like a Target or a Walmart or Costco or something. I think it was a Walmart. So it was maybe Target or something. So he was close, but he was not. They like kicked him out. Like he had like a delivery to make, and he somehow like pissed off the manager of the Walmart. I think it was a Target actually, and they were like, "You can't come in this entrance." And he's like, "That's the only entrance I can come in." And they were like, they got the security on, so they booted him. And then he had all their like shit. So he's like, "How the fuck am I gonna deliver this stuff?" So he had to call out like a friend to come and like deliver it or whatever. And he was dealing with all that. So I was helping him. But he yeah, good for him. Yeah. He's really a nice guy. Really good. All right. What we were talking about truck drivers. So anyway, truck drivers in the United States are high demand, but I'm not going to that industry because it's really dangerous and be replaced soon enough. And I told him that he would come, just subjecting. He would come in here all the time, and he'd be like, I would tell him, like, I've got to say this. He must be one of the best drivers around. And I say that because he went 10 years without an accident, and he like had a perfect driving record. Like he's a really good driver. But I would tell him, like, dude, self-driving cars are gonna like replace your shit pretty soon. And he'd be like, they're never gonna be able to do what I do. Nobody can replace me. You don't understand how good a driver I am. I understand, but you don't understand how good a computer can be. It can literally drive for 24 hours straight. You're mandated They have entire they,
I'm not saying
they have entire warehouse.
so.
They have entire Amazon warehouses that are completely run by
Yeah,
Oh, I mean, all you need to do is just have a self-driving car, self-driving truck back into
okay.
the bay.
Since robots are like so clearly but, I mean, there seem like at least like a couple of things. Like, I'm sure there are massive robotics companies, but I don't really know any of the top robotics companies that work with robotics companies. So I don't know how to find robotics companies that are going to be big in the future.
The big one, oh fuck yeah! I would say the best one, Boston Dynamics. They've been working on it for 30 years. They just put out a video of their new robot. It doesn't have any wires. It uses a type of electronic circuitry that's wireless. Uh, the new Boston Dynamics.
Every time I look it up, it's like getting a job robot is being asked, but they should actually work.
I mean, yeah, their shit's already in the blue. They're the ones who make that dog.
I don't know. Like, what sectors are there?
Dude,
Amazon robots or
they're doing that. But the big one is that dog for security purposes. That dog is like, doing like the job of a security officer. So before they would like, have to hire security officers at warehouses and stuff, or like big parking lots. They just have those dogs everywhere, and they just go around and patrol. And then if they see anything out of like not that's like not shouldn't be there, whatever, they approach it and then they send like a signal to the security firm that's able to look at whatever they're looking at with the camera and do with it in a way that they need. And I mean, I would say that people disagree with me, but I think the best robots are Chinese robots, and they are. Some of the car companies are involved in I believe like some of them are major television manufacturers as well, like some are Japanese, LG and Huawei. They're and I was just Chinese partners. Oh, TCL. Other people. Um, those are the ones I can think of off the top of my head that I've seen their robots or their technology at least. Very impressive. Where it like it does a backflip, it does like booth boxes and all kinds of shit like that. Um,
has but it's brand is 12 for the 123 million 12.
Good strange about that. Dude,
I don't know.
it's the fourth biggest.
I guess it makes sense.
It's like the fourth biggest outlet.
I mean, I guess the
Yeah, it used to not though. It used to be the third biggest economy. Have way bigger population. I mean, it still has a bigger economy than India.
vision. One test. The Japanese, I have felt that they should have. Their robots are good. China's really just haven't given it to us. But they used to have Suzuki, Mitsubishi. These robots were like in the early 2000s. They were very good. But they just haven't been Chinese.
I think the Japanese robots not good.
Okay, so look up some of the new bus dynamic Atlas robot, and you can see it's pretty fascinating how it doesn't have any wires, but basically you can like pick something up from the front and then like transition it to the back and like not like and like spin 360 or so, or its head, or its hands, or its arms, like everything can spin 360. They just put this out. It's got like a speaker for a head. That's an interesting robot. The Tesla's Optimus robot is pretty fascinating. There are a few others that I've seen, but I think right now you see that new Boston Dynamics one. See how it spins like in 360 degrees without wires?
Technology, right there.
Yeah, it's pretty new. They're able to send signals from one place to another wireless. Dude, and then, well, those robots are impressive. What's freakish to me are the Chinese drones. Those fucking drone shows they have, but also, I mean, it's just unreal. Watch the war in Ukraine and the fucking drones that they're sending at each other and the footage that they get. I mean, it's fucking, it's the most dystopian videos I've ever seen. Where you got a guy who's like hiding in a bunker, and this fucking drone just sneaks in through the door, and then just sits there in front of him. You see him just start to pray, and then it just blows up the whole fucking room. Or somebody in the middle of the field will just be like, look above them and see this drone come at them, and the drone just fucks with them. The drone will just sit there and like play around a little bit, and then blow up. I mean, like it's just absolutely disgusting. I've seen ones of like guys who are like throwing shit at the drone, trying to hit it on the ground. Even if they do that, it just still blows up. Like, I watched this compilation and just was in awe, just absolute awe of how evil each other. I don't care what side you're on. Like that, just like but and I or as bad as that is, you're doing that with drones in fucking Afghanistan for 20 years, blowing up people, wedding ceremonies, Iraqi money, family money, taxes. But the Chinese drone, they have a Chinese drone that can go underwater and fly in the air. It can be submersible and be a drone. And then it can be a little tank, like on the ground. Then it can just fly in the air. It's like, that's the future of absolutely free. And have you seen these drone shows that they have in China where these things are coming down and like dropping like a, like the whole sky is just drones.
United States is starting to have this thing that like, but they always do. I remember that first needed drones for fire department. And they're like always like slowly move the shit. And like, why don't we need fire departments? They're good at identifying wildfire areas where fire, uh, fire, firefighters, or like in part of the building, like they can see from the roof, like where the hot spots of the fire. So they first started with those. Then all of a sudden, the LA people, and now they have services that basically, let's say you call the police, you need the police in your house. A drone goes from the roof of the police station and goes to your house first, and make sure like it has like an overhead view of what's going on, so that like if somebody's trying to run away or something, they can chase them, and then the police get there. And I've also seen this. There's a company, I can't remember. It is great, and they're deploying them. Irvine uses drones all the time, and it's like people complain about them, like just buzzing around. The I think they're based out of Texas. They're trying to send. This is the fucking. I don't know if it's. I want to say it's stupid. You watch the government of Serbia. So it's for active shooter. They have active shooter drones. What this shit does is okay. So like a school buys active shooter drones. What these things do is if somebody is like, let's say, an active shooter, these drones are like they're like almost like a fire alarm goes off, and the drones come out like a box, and then people remotely, I think, Texas, remotely fly these things into the area wherever the shooter is, and then the drones go at the shooter really quick and have like a stickiness on them that causes you not to be able to like pull the trigger on the gun, because it's illegal in the United States currently to arm a drone with any kind of projectile. So instead of having like, you're gonna have a gun on it itself, they have like a sticky substance that run the drone into you, and then that like stops you from being able to fucking fire. Somebody has a service and people pay for that. Like what kind of work is that? I just think it's fine. So, it's against the law. The United States currently to put weapons on and so get around that. Now there's a San Francisco. I remember hearing about this group, and I was like, that is the fucking craziest name for something. Why would you need to name something like that? And now, like, I absolutely. It's very similar name to uh, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. It's called Stop Killer Robots. Like, isn't that a fucking straight to the point name? And what their goal is to ensure that the government does not get robots that kill people. And they're already using that battle. The first person to die from a robot in the United States, like an armed robot, was in Dallas, Texas. There was a guy who took some kind of hostage situation. They sent a robot in and got on him, like something like that. They killed him. And then I think San Francisco just started
kind of one of those things that is hard to believe until it becomes true. Fuck them. Fuck them. To quote, fuck them. Quote my those who will sacrifice freedom for security. It is. It is. It is because we are sacrificing our freedom for security, and we are saying that
How you sacrificing my hostages, sending group floods, or sending the police, making the police get shot, killing the new families crying, pouring up more blood, that disarm the hostage.
what if the person is incorrectly targeted by the robot? So they get an innocent person. We're sacrificing that person's freedom for the security of others, and thus we deserve power. And at what point do you say, hey, we can have this thing, a SWAT team, or until it just starts patrolling the streets? They already have that in the United States. It's like a fucking robot. It's not armed yet, but it's just like a big, like almost looks like an inflatable thing. It's just like a big, like big R2D2. And just rolls around in public parks and stuff, and try to like fuck with it. It will call the real police on you. It's just supposed to be for. Currently, they say it's for like public visibility, so like people know that like the police are in the area. But that's again transferring freedom for security. Like you shouldn't have to live in a belief. We've lived hundreds of years in relatively safe conditions. Most people, without the need for weaponized robots, have killed people. And I can tell you this: I don't really care what your thoughts are on the Second Amendment, but at least in the United States, the areas that have the highest amount of guns, gun ownership, legal gun ownership, are the safest places in the United States. There's a city in Georgia where I think everybody in the city owns a gun, and they haven't had a violent crime in like 30 years.
Like Chicago or
There aren't, but those aren't legally owned guns, and you're not allowed to own a gun as a homeowner there. They've like made it illegal. So like if everybody in every house in Chicago had a gun, it would be like that city in Georgia. Nobody would fuck with anybody. Somebody would just gonna strike back.
they
So in the city of Chicago, they made something like this, something legal to have a handgun. So none of the people, the good people who would have handguns, are allowed to have them. And then the handguns that are illegal, the bad people, are shipped in. So the only people who are armed are the bad people. You know, that's that too. I'm not saying it's not that. said that. But what I am saying is,
they try to keep each other.
I mean, to me, it's looking at this, but one guy going after the other guy doesn't know that the other guy has a gun. If it's assumed that everybody in the city has a gun, you don't fuck with the other people. The guy who has a gun thinks that the bad guy number one who has a gun thinks bad guy number two doesn't have a gun, and he has an advantage on bad guy number two. So he's gonna steal his shit or whatever. Bad guy number two really does have a gun, and they end up shooting each other, and you have two dead people. So if bad guy number one was under the assumption that everybody in the city, including all the bad guys and all the good guys, have guns, he's not gonna fuck with anybody. Exactly. Let me get this statistic on this truth. Now, if you were to see me think everybody should, maybe like a long time ago, but I think now there are ways like pepper ball guns, pepper ball sprayers, and shit like that. And I think that should be more legal. Okay, so Kennesaw, Georgia is the only U.S. city with a law mandating gun ownership for heads of households, so they mandated gun. A policy enacted in 1980 for gun handcuffs served as a political statement in response to North Grove, Illinois, becoming Canada. The ordinance requires every head of household to maintain a firearm and ammunition, though it is not enforced with no arrest or prosecution and exemption from this from felons. Those with mental religious objections unable to afford a firearm. The law was introduced as a symbolic measure to deter crime, and supporters argued it contributed to low crime rates, including no reported murders. Despite its technical existence, the law remains largely unenforced, and the city emphasized that it is not intending the government to secure this firearms. The ordinance has shaped Kennesaw's identity, earning it the nickname Gun Town USA. Georgia state preempts local governments from regulating firearms, ensuring uniformity across the state, and the city operates as a unique exception to this frame. So there you go. I mean, I'm not saying they have no crime there. They haven't had murders in many years. Georgia's not always the same. Did you see this? Did you see this lady in Minnesota who got killed by an ICE agent and convicted? No, no, no. Happened because she was in a car and the ICE, she was blocking the street, and the ICE agents told her to get out of the car and then pulled on her car door handle, and so she started to drive away. She pointed her tires, it looks like away from the people who were in front of her car so that she would avoid them, but it was really, really close. An argument could be made that she might have been trying to get this, but I don't think so. I think she was trying to get away. If you look, her tires are kind of moving away. And this guy, this ICE agent, he got a gun, shot her in the face. And she wasn't an illegal person. She was a mother of three, and she was in a loving marriage, and she's dead now.
hasn't always been like that big deal until maybe at the borders and stuff, but now with the Trump administration, basically weaponized them. Whether it's good or bad, I'm not to make the determination, but you shouldn't, in my opinion, have killed somebody. I think if they were out of no, I think the argument that a vehicle towards them and it just killed on site. And I'm saying that why couldn't they have just used less than lethal rockets? Why do they have to have like deadly rockets every single time? I don't understand. Yeah, it's not a decision, but I would say if this they're not, they're protected. They basically said that this woman was domestic terrorism, which is like really charged. Like this lady driving her car, I'll call her domestic terrorist. I don't like those kind of labels on people. Yeah, because she terrorized the federal agent. And yes, they can come to their faces. In LA County, or LA County just passed a mandate that said that if you were working, like they made a mandate that said federal agents can't cover their faces anymore with this, but or with money, but federal law trumps that that municipalities, so they don't have to cover. So it's like that's interesting. I don't think anybody should be able to cover it. I don't think anybody should be able to cover it. I don't it made for really bad things during the pandemic. Or Democrats I and but then again, like, what if somebody wants to wear a burqa? Like you're telling me that you should, like that's religious. You should have religious freedom to do that. So I think that it's a fine line. What if somebody is really sick and they wear a mask? Like I'm not saying mandated, but they just want to do it for their own self. Or that it's cold out and they have to wear like a scarf or something. So I well, I don't know about that. It's coming into like they have this thing. I can't stand this. This is such bullshit. They'll have like they'll say like, oh, this like domestic terrorism is having a march in this city, and then all these guys will all be one guy who are doing this march, and then somebody will recognize one of them, and they'll look, and they are working for the FBI, and it'll be like they're like a police, and so it's like the government is basically creating false to get people really riled up and scared, but in reality, it's just part of the training. And guys just go around with face masks. You can't really tell who they are, but sometimes they let their face mask down. There was one guy, I forget where the rally was, but there's a guy from LA County that's recognized by people, and they're like, hey, he's a police officer. He's not a domestic terrorist or whatever. Why is he going around like these like you know like bad like maritime government, people and stuff, but in reality, they're just like FBI agents. Like, this is one of the things that we have. Uh, I can tell you this: if it were the summertime, not the wintertime, I think that they would have riots, definitely. And it's with what it's just it's like hard to deny that kind of stuff, but it's not nice. But they had a rally in LA. This woman, I think they might have that. So that's what happened when George Floyd started with then all of a sudden there were like mass anti-riots, but peaceful protests were like mostly peaceful protests that happened in major cities. This lady was a white lady. She was a lesbian lady, not that really matters, but I think that um, she, if she were a person of color, I think that this would even more charged. The fact that she's a lesbian, I think that she, um, it's not like she was killed because of that, but I don't think this woman should. She was trying to drive away with like, and this cop got trigger happy and shot. And I understand we're watching the video. It was a really close call, so I'm not saying that like he's really close. So I get why he shot, but I just don't know why they don't have a policy. You have two guns on you. One is a less than lethal round, and the other is a lethal round. A situation where like you're not getting shot at, and just use the less than lethal round. I mean, oh, it'll dude. A rubber bullet will fuck you up. They call it less lethal, not non-lethal. Meaning these things fucking kill people too. Yeah. Um, have, have you seen the electronic weapons that they use on people? Like, I've seen these riots in Europe, and they'll like flip this button on fucking. It's called a rat, something like that, and it makes people spread like cockroaches because it has like a really high sound, but it's absolutely silent. But it's just in your ears, makes it sound really, really bright or really, really loud, I should say. And then another thing they do is they can make it feel really hot to your body. And these types of really advanced weapons. I'm in a subreddit called it's called like obscure patents, and these obscure patents are like shit, just how to kill people with different weapons or how to control people. Like they'll have like handcuffs, basically like handcuffs that are like that don't have like a chain. They're just like some kind of electrical current that like stops your hands from moving, or uh, like a laser. Yeah, or like a laser gun, like a gun that just shoots a laser at someone, like you have in like GI Joe, like Star Wars, like a plasma gun. Just like the most obscure patents that are being pushed in the patent office, and people keep an eye on it when they publicize it. Uh, yeah. So to get back to the greatest cryptocurrency. I want to see where you're going to run into issues. Your big issue, you've got a great name, you're going to get great social media, you need to be able to create a community, and that's hard. But you do it for a couple months, you'll get it right. You're going to create a Discord, you're going to create a Telegram, or creating a Telegram and Discord and Telegram. You're going to keep your pitch. Yeah. I think the biggest thing that we would have is the uniting of all the players. Like, what if someone says to you, I think that diversity amongst cryptocurrencies is what gives it strength. The fact that you want to make all of the cryptocurrencies one cryptocurrency actually weakens cryptocurrency. What's your answer to that? That's, I think, a good point.
Well, to be realistic, I recognize that different chains are optimized for different things. So, like major chains, they have differentiators for their smart contract platform. So on a Bitcoin platform, they have all the different strengths. But I'm not saying those clients cannot join. They can, but I like right with the crypto industry is that the vast majority of contracts literally all come from with pretty much every single meme token is simply the same exact contract. You're selling the exact same thing, but because there's a different animal attached to it, a different symbol, then they're looking at an entirely different community, and it cannot possibly merge the natives with the cow line. There's just no universe that exists. To me, that's just nonsense. It's ultimately the exact same open contract underneath it all.
Wait a second.
They're on the same team.
Wait a second.
Fighting against each other.
Okay, so you say there's no way to exchange the eggs for the cow, right?
No, like in the current cryptocurrency, it's like this like isolated standpoint, like this narcissistic, egotistical view of like, oh, we can't possibly, like, we're separated, like, we're the sheep eaters, and we cannot, we're better than sheep frogs, or like the dog dogs, it's like,
Yeah.
but ultimately underneath that layer of random, like, coin, like random surface level animal attached to the coin. It's like the same thing underneath. And if they just go down their heads for a moment, go, okay, like 10 communities is stronger than one, 5 communities is stronger than one. That's how you like bundle everything into a giant community. I go over, yeah, sure. This coin is about all those teams. It is about the judge being the that being this being that being that. But we're working together. We're not fighting each other.
Right. But you said, let's get back to my question. When you made, where you said you can't exchange the dog for the cow, right?
No, I was just saying that like currently like that they're like the same contract ultimately just like this surface level animal attached. And those two animals attached feel like they are divided. They don't want to
they still separate because it's basically marketing, like all of the effort that goes into the communities that they're making.
Yeah, but why not just have a big community that encompasses all needs?
Well, I get that.
It's just like this kind of like this mindset that's like, no, we're attached to the dollar predominantly and we cannot possibly get along with the people in this community, even though if we collaborate, we'll have a way bigger, stronger community because we'll all be working together.
Okay. So some of these coins have different utilities, right?
In the meme coin space, they're virtually all identical. There's the occasional one where they pretend to have some use case, but definitely on the fun coins, like they're all very the same object.
Right. So I know there's a pretty popular project on that spaces. There's something come from this guy just like this one come from how it did how it's some kind of these kind of
Money because it comes from literally like make it so that you have different contract with these shooters. Like there's money websites where you can go on and watch and actually adjust to survive. You know, and finds like $1 billion tokens. Right. No burn mechanism, no reward. There's a very bare bones.
yeah, it just allows you to sit right and then try to get as much as I can. And
Yeah, you know, it's another thing at this point we cannot have is the dogs, the snipers, what's called the gap pre-minting 20% of the supply as well. Because those are all things associated with supply being minted before bodies. Like,
okay, so let's say I want to coin. I'm not able to buy it until the day it's mine, right?
yeah, no, no resale, because resale, they're again, same fraud, but basically bringing in favors. So we want a fair launch.
I get that. Okay. And I'm just gonna say for ease of launch date, we'll just say June 6th. Do whatever you want. Alright, so what do I do on June 6th, 2026? Where do I buy Bitcoin?
And then there's basically two options. You can go into the website, say, go to the Raspberry crypto, see real time. You go there, there's a portal, or I call it a portal. It's just like a swap interface that lets you for your coin, no matter what changes on Polygon or Base, Solana, you name it, Ethereum, you can, you're selling your coin and you get minted for relative power. That's what my investor minting. The other way you can buy it is on the open market, which is through the liquidity pool. And that is like your game swap liquidity pool. And then basically the idea, and I could go read the AI and sort of something that I should know on what routines that that's what's up, or not explain it as precisely as it should. But basically there's two ways to buy, and if if you do not have a market to buy the coin, if it's just a int only to buy and int only to sell, supplies not being created when values are not.
Okay, could have unlimited quantity.
Yes, good.
Okay, you're right.
But you also explore that builds in because you deposit $100. $3 of that is like taxed, and then it goes to building the. Well, there's like filtering, but it goes to. So $100 deposit, and then tax early, at least initially, like the community was out of tax initially 6%, 3% of it goes to the floor price, and then 1.5% goes to builders distributed tax stuff. Builders to get paid just to hold up a token, like 5% of it gets burned, and 1% is like a treasury marketing get fee. So the floor price means basically like there's like a kind of floor price that builds up. So you never withdraw more money than it's deposited with your tax initially. The actual. Does that make sense?
It does. Okay. Why did you think you needed to cost of one?
Honestly, it depends on just like the value that I set it up. Like it may be like the price, like the initial price is like stupid, like 0.000001 cent or whatever. I can set it higher. It just depends on what I set. I kind of like the idea of just keeping the initial price at like $1, so actually it's like somewhat representative of the value that's deposited. Obviously, I'm like $1 billion. But I got people like owning 100 billion coins still. I mean, I could also ask the community that specific parameter before launch so that everyone is happy with the starting value.
Okay. And what do you think? Like, give me a.
Like, no, I just told you like the initial price will be like $1.
Do you don't think that's high?
I think it's representative of US dollar, and that is like if you want to track how much money is flowing into the project, it makes it a lot easier to do that. Divide by 10,000.
Okay.
Like the market cap.
Do you think enough people will trust your website to be able to invest on it? I don't think I would. Not because I don't like you. Just though it's really easy to basically hack people's websites. It's more difficult to hack one of the other platforms. It's there.
I mean, if you're too scared to buy a website, which I mean, here's the thing: the contracts you know to do by like voice open source. So there's that. You can always do a test transaction, trace exactly what a nice to
Why do you have to give people the option to buy on the website? Why can't you just say to them,
you just buy it on Uniswap.
yeah, exactly. Why would you have people just do that? And then you don't have to worry about the security risk of storing all their information.
If you want to it's like this standardized wall integration, so it's not really like super easy to have. It's like have to deposit money into the system. So, like, free line of that sniping. And so many contracts are being rigged that really people would just dump by that's not the case with this at all. Which is a big problem. And it was like how it was like literally the first like
Okay, what do you do if people say, hey, I think you need an NFT? Okay.
say airdropping it away now. Real well.
Okay.
In fact, the fact that you just deploying the
What do you do if people say, I don't think you're being realistic. I just please understand. I'm just answering questions I think you're going to get on Twitter Spaces, so I want to win it. Because I do think it's a good idea. What are you going to do if somebody says, I don't think that you're ever going to be able to unify all these different things? How do you answer that?
I'd say, yeah, you're probably right. But even if we accomplish like 1/500th of our goal of uniting crypto communities, we're going to be one of the most powerful, dominant projects in the entire crypto space. Because that's how powerful the idea is saying we're not going to work as individuals, we're going to come together for greater purpose.
Okay. What do you do if somebody says that they what if somebody just buys a lot of it, like 50% of it? Is that going to be possible?
There are limitations that you can, but I mean, if it's a fair launch and there's people buying initially that won't be an issue with, and yeah, so if it's a fair launch, probably won't be a big deal. You could also, I mean, this doesn't really do a lot, but you could like introduce limits for how much that percentage is allowed to. But people can obviously create numerous wallets that
Okay, so it's very possible for someone to just buy 99.9% of this.
I mean, you'll probably have to have a lot of money start to do that. And yeah, I mean, if you look at the distribution with Bitcoin, it's like very concentrated. Basically, a lot of coins have a lot of whales attached to it. It's almost inevitable. The only thing they can do is basically try to have as fair amount as possible. Right, and that means that from the get-go, everyone has to be blocked. Right. So there's
That's my question pretty well. I think you've got a winning strategy, a winning game. Got to get your social media right. I love that. Hey, well, yeah, definitely. You got to get your social media. You got to get your social media together. It's not a good thing. Yeah. I think it's
I appreciate that. I know that you're good.
I think it's been one time.
Recruiting those simple restaurants in the movies. They're very
get your. I can't say it enough. Those students that everybody else does. Try to get the same thing on everything. Won't be able to, but try to get it as much as possible. Give them something that has will work on your district. Everything.
That's good. Thanks for this strategic.
Excellent. I'm very happy that you could be up on it. Um, very good. Take care.
All right. Yes. Have a good one.
So,
All right, Fred, you may give me a.
You want to play right now?
yeah,
Almost the other side.
yeah. Oh, you want to play Word Doc? Oh, fuck that.
That's amazing.
I whoop your ass. There. Maybe, maybe, maybe the easiest one to get you right now.
I don't know. That's true.
Why do you like Word Doc?
So
Yes.
It's